Before we begin, I'd like to confirm that this meeting is being recorded. I'd also like to reflect back on the meeting of the 26th of September, and that I hope that all members will in future deal with debate in a lot better manner. And I hope that all members share that sentiment. I don't want to stifle debate, and it's right that councillors are able to express themselves forcefully and exchange differences of opinion. However, this should be done in a way that's respectful and does not resort to personal attack. I'm prepared to use the powers in the Constitution to purpose that debates be adjourned, members be not heard, or members be excluded from the meeting in the appropriate circumstances. However, I'd refer members to the Council's statement of values in Part 5 of the Constitution as the standards of behaviour we have all agreed to. Thank you. Item 1, apologies for absence. May I ask the Chief Executive to report any apologies of absence?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Kiwi Wainwright, Councillor Marfleet, Councillor Miss Elizabeth Ranson, Councillor Phillips and Councillor Dodds.
Thank you. Item 2, declarations of members' interests. None. Thank you. Item 3, the minutes of the County Council meeting held on the 26th of September. That the minutes of the meeting of the County Council held on the 26th of September 2014 be approved as a correct record and signed by me. All agreed? Thank you. Submissions of petitions. We've received 2 petitions for submission today. The Council has received a petition from Mr. Brian Dinsdale in response to the increased noise levels due to the high noise material used to resurface the 158 Burgh le Marsh bypass, being injurious to the quiet enjoyment of property and health. Mr. Dinsdale, would you like to speak for no longer than 3 minutes and then present the petition to me? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, councillors. I'm here today to ask for your help and understanding. The A158 Burgh le Marsh bypass, since its construction 7 years ago, has been a quiet road and therefore never received any complaints. However, since the road was surface dressed with 14.6 chippings, several hundred residents are now affected by noise pollution, both in Burgh le Marsh and Orby. The petition and letters of complaint highlight the effects the new surface dressing has had on residents. My wife and I, however, are the worst affected, as our property is situated alongside the bypass. We have invested heavily in our holiday leisure business and are now unable to sell any holiday homes as the noise generated from the road is like being next to a runway. We were assured in 2005 that noise levels would be classed as low noise until 2022, at which time it would actually decrease. Since the road was surface dressed in June this year with the highest noise dressing, the noise pollution has increased to a dangerous level. This information on expected noise increase is documented in Road Note 39. Your officials have clearly stated that the dressing is designed in accordance with Road Note 39, yet this design manual specifically states that erecting 14.6 surface dressing is not advised, as it creates excessive noise. Your officials also state that this type of dressing is a nationally recognised policy, but having contacted 20 county councils, all of them have responded stating that they do not use 14.6 because of unacceptable noise levels and compensation claims. We agree road maintenance is necessary, but it should not devalue our assets. And if we as business owners created this same level of environmental noise, your council have the power to close us down. However, your officers have increased the noise and we seem to have no redress towards it. Our home, our business, our lives are blighted by this unnecessary increase in noise. It leaves us unable to make further business decisions, and all the investment we have placed in our holiday park now seems to have been wasted. It's causing us a great deal of stress and anxiety, and we therefore request that the road be returned to the quiet surface that it was before. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to present me the petition? Has determined that the petition, in response to the increased noise levels due to the high noise material used to resurface the 158 Burgh le Marsh bypass, being injurious to the quiet enjoyment of property and health, should be referred to the Executive Councillor for Highways, Transport and IT. Thank you. The Council has received a petition from Mrs Carol Hudson requesting that Brylaine Bus Company reinstate the 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. buses on the IT1 route in Spalding. Due to illness, Mrs Hudson is not able to attend today, and Councillor Mrs Newton will be presenting the petition on her behalf. Councillor Mrs Newton, would you like to speak for no longer than 3 minutes and then present the petition to me? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Morning, members. I'm pleased to present the petition on behalf of Carol Hudson and the intertown bus users of Spalding. Without notice to passengers, Brylaine withdrew the 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. buses on the IT1 route in Spalding in June. This service was well used by people needing transport to various parts of Spalding in connection with their work, also by several secondary school students from the Wygat Park area needing to access schools the other side of the town. After public protest and concerted press campaign supported by myself, the County Council Passenger Transport Department met with Brylaine and offered a small subsidy until the end of the year to cover for the school children using the bus. A bus at 7:45 a.m. was eventually reinstated, but only during term time. On behalf of the petitioners, I urge the Council to continue their subsidy for the following year, 2015-16, until the Spalding Transport Strategy is finalised. This service is needed by workers and students and help relieve some of the congestion in a town presently strangled by traffic. And in addition to sending this petition to Brylaine, as suggested by the Chief Exec, I request the Council consider extending their small subsidy for a further year. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The Chief Executive has determined that the petition requesting that Brylaine Bus Company reinstate the 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. buses on the IT1 route in Spalding be referred to Brylaine Bus Company for a response and the Executive Councillor for Highways and Transport and IT. Thank you. Thank you. Item 5, Chairman's announcement. I have set out in the order of proceedings a number of civic engagements that I have attended since the last meeting. I don't propose to read them all out, but I would like to thank all those who supported me in the Lincoln Santa Fun Run, which was held on Sunday. I did finish the course, and I raised approximately £1,200 for lives, bringing the total to over 2,300 so far. Thank you. On a sadder note, I have to report the death of County Councillor John Hicks, who represented Stamford North electoral division since his election in June 2009. Councillor Hicks served on the Children and Young People's Scrutiny Committee and the Corporate Parenting Panel. He was also the Council's representative on the Fostering Panel and the Stamford Mercury Archive Trust. I also have to report the death of the former County Council, Mrs Zena Scoley, who represented Billinghay and Cranwell Division from 1981 to 1997. Mrs Scoley served as chairman of the County Council from 1987 to 1989. I will now invite councillors and officers to stand in silent memory, and councillors will be given the chance to pay tribute. Thank you. Councillors have the opportunity to pay tribute to either John or Mrs Scoley. Yeah. This isn't working. Yeah. Councillor, Mr Bradwell.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm now, I'm on, a bit slow. It's an old, because I'm an old lady, you know, a bit slow. I'd just like to pay tribute to Mrs Zena Scoley. I actually replaced Zena on the County Council. Seems like a lifetime ago now, in 1997. And she was a hard act to follow, actually. She was very, very passionate about being a county councillor, worked very hard for the residents she represented. But as well as doing all that, she was, as some of the members will know who knew Zena, she was chairman of the Social Services Committee here and actually held quite a number of positions on public sector bodies. She was also chairman of two schools governing bodies and was really well respected in the area. And I know over the last couple of years she's not been in that good a health. And I know people, she was still not as active as she could be, but still gained the respect of people in the villages and surrounding villages. She actually, one of her main things that she did, and she was always looking for funding for, was she opened the Friends of Metheringham Airfield, which was actually just at the side of where Zena lived. And you know, she was really happy once she got that up and running, and it still runs today, and they have lots of activities during the year. So I know she will be missed by her husband Peter and lots of people in the village, and I'm really proud to have known her. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to pay tribute to John Higgs, who was a councillor with us here for a period. I think that's it. He cared tremendously about his community, and that showed in the response that people gave when he sadly passed away. I couldn't believe the hundreds of people that turned up to his funeral, which was in a crematorium. And even the fact that they had to travel to be there, people went to huge efforts to demonstrate that they appreciated all that he'd done for his community. Very much a Stamfordian, he was really dedicated to supporting education and children, both in Stamford and throughout Lincolnshire. And his dogged chasing of some of the issues, I think, will have scars on some of our members, probably, because he was so determined to really get the best he could for the talented children, and indeed for all the children of Stamford. His work on the foster panel, he would talk to me about, not the detail, obviously, because that's entirely confidential, but he would talk about how much he appreciated the privilege of making such a huge difference to those young lives, really bringing people who might have otherwise fallen by the wayside or come into great difficulties. And he took great effort and pride to make sure that they got the really best opportunity they could, and they actually had a really good future in life. He was also a teacher in the swimming pool, and many of you will probably remember him coming to council, to meetings, still wearing his shorts, having come straight from work. And I think that was a little bit of his character, that he was quite determined to be the person he was and not to put on any airs and graces. This is him, this is how you take it or not. And most people really appreciated the genuine sincerity with which he approached all of the work in support of his communities. He's been sadly missed by us, as he made a great contribution to our group, and he'll also be very sadly missed by his community. And our hearts go out to his family, Julie, who in fact was at school with Helen Powell, and his children, Nevie, Ben, Becca, and Jonathan. Our thoughts go with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Talbot.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to pay tribute to John Hicks. In the words of Michael Caine, not many people will know this. John and I worked together at Lincoln College. We worked together in what was then known as the Sport, Hospitality and Tourism School. I was a humble PA to the catering lecturer, and John was a lecturer in sports activity in the sports department. So it was somewhat of a surprise following the May election in 2009 when I bumped into him in Members' Lounge. The face looked familiar, but I couldn't, and it wasn't a senior moment, and I couldn't recall the name. And he said, "Christine, you know who this is, don't you?" And I said, "Oh, the face is really familiar, but I can't recall your name." He said, "Well, maybe I'm dressed differently." And I thought, I wonder where this is going. And of course, I'd always seen John at Lincoln College, as Marianne has alluded to, but this time in a tracksuit and a T-shirt and trainers, because he was a sports lecturer. So, of course, seeing him dressed in a jacket, a shirt and a tie, he just didn't look like the John I'd worked with for all those years. I have to say that in paying tribute to him, he was a lovely man who worked extremely hard for his constituents in Stamford. But what was amazing about him was not many of us knew how seriously ill he was towards the end of his life. And I think his bravery and his fortitude have to be admired. And in ending, I'd just like to extend my deepest sympathy to his wife and his family, Rest in peace, John Hicks.
Thank you. Councillor John Hough.
Yes, I too would like to pay tribute to John. He was a delightful man, and we agreed on almost everything, with the one exception of, as I'm sure you'll not be surprised, Stamford Endowed School, where John felt very passionately, as I do, about what should become the outcome. So we agreed to disagree on that one. But he, I think, is one of the unsung heroes of this council. He worked behind the scenes and worked extremely hard. It's already been mentioned about the fostering panel. The fostering panel involves a huge amount of work. And I don't want to be critical of what you say, Chairman, but you said he was also the council's representative. It's far more than that. It meets every month, every 3 weeks, and it means a huge amount of paper to read. And he put his heart and soul into that. And it's people like that that we, as a council, depend on to ensure that these things are successful. He also served with me on the Children and Young People's Scrutiny Committee, and he was always there if he could possibly be, and if there was something to be done, he put his name forward, most recently when we did the investigation into social work. So I pay sincere tribute to John. I really miss him, and I think it's really sad for this council to have lost him.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
I'd also, excuse me, like to pay tribute to Zena Scoley. I first met her a long time ago, like Trish, in the run-up to the 1989 County Council elections when I was standing for the first time, and Zena was chair of the council at the time, and we were on a hustings together, and I thought, wow, if this is what it's going to be like in the council chamber, and it was, because she was, on the one hand, a warm, kind sort of person, and also quite forbidding at the same time. Sometimes there's no getting away from the fact that she was quite capable of saying Councillor Parker in such a way that I didn't feel good about myself. And in terms of politics, I think I could explain it easily by talking about one nation conservatism, because she did recognise, coming from a farming family, the sense of responsibility in communities between those that have got perhaps more than others, and the social responsibility that means what I would call the old school conservatism, one nation conservatism, an understanding of places in society and responsibilities that go with it. When we took control of the county council, Labour and Liberal Democrats, for that short 4 years, that was the last period that it seemed to me that Zena was at the best, because she was quite capable of holding us to account, particularly on social services. I'd been on social services with her, and she was a formidable chair, but also one that was capable of understanding some of the real nuances that social work is all about. Trish took over in 1997, and I've seen her from time to time, and she did seem to be getting frail, and it seemed as though some of the things that she once was capable of but slightly fading away. But I think that she deserves our respect and memories for a period of time when she contributed significantly to the running of this council, chair of social services and also chair of the council itself.
Thank you. Item 6, the by-election result for Stamford North. Members are required to note the election of Mr. Robert Fawkes to the Stamford North division. I would like to welcome Councillor Fawkes to the County Council. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank Mr. McCartan and his staff for giving me such a warm welcome yesterday.
Thank you. Item 7, statements and announcements by the leader and members of the executive. Statements by the leader and the members of the executive are detailed as report reference 6 in the agenda previously circulated. Thank you. 8, questions to the chairman, the leader, the executive, councillor, chairman of the committees and subcommittees. I'm anxious to allow a good spread of questions across the chamber within the time allocated. I intend to allow 45 minutes for questions and expecting councillors to be disciplined because of the time available. Thank you. Councillor Adams. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Councillor Adams is stood up.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is to the Executive Councillor for Economic Development. Could he please advise Council of progress on the local economy since May 2013 and the economic prospects for the year ahead?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Adams and Chairman. I'm delighted to report that since the election of this council in May 2013, when the total out-of-work claimant count stood at 13,846, there's been a dramatic fall to the most recent total of 8,509 claimants. That's a dramatic 39% reduction, as more people have found the security of work. Unusually, we expect to see the seasonal fluctuations go back up at this time of year. However, this year, the downward trend has been maintained. I'm also delighted to tell Council that in our recent business survey of 1,500 businesses, in excess of 60% of them are forecasting that they will expand in 2015. And some 30% of the whole survey group expect to recruit additional workers in the year ahead. It's clear that the prospects for the new year are extremely positive and that there is now a sustainable pattern of growth within our county, and that the building blocks put in place nationally but developed locally by ourselves, the LEP, and all of our partners and our businesses are creating a county of opportunity and a world of work for those we represent. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Kirk.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Councillor Sue Woolley, please. As Charles Dickens said in Great Expectations, take nothing on its looks, take everything on evidence. There is no better rule. In a time of crisis, people need support. At the moment, people in Lincolnshire can get help through the LCAS scheme. Will the council commit to continue this needed scheme after March 2015? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirk. I think I would join you in agreeing that the LCAS scheme that's been provided by the County Council, having been given it by the DWP, has actually been spent in a much better way, much more wisely, and in other words, we've done a jolly good job about it. However, I can't give any assurance whatsoever at the moment. We know that we've got some major decisions to make. No decisions have been made yet as far as the LCAS scheme is concerned, but we have got an inordinate amount of money to find, and it would be remiss of me to suggest that this scheme was going to continue. You may be aware that there is a JR at the moment on the scheme that has been bought. I think it's through a group in the London area, and so actually it's not even clear what's happening at a national level. So I'm sorry I can't be more adamant one way or indeed the other, but I like to think that I've given you a fair explanation. And please.
Thank you. Councillor Alison Austin for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Residents of both the Borough of Boston and East Lindsey have expressed concern regarding the future of acute services at Boston's Pilgrim Hospital. Both councils have now passed motions at meetings of their respective full councils opposing possible relocation of A&E to Lincoln. I can furnish Councillor Hill with the wording of these motions after the meeting if required. I am well aware that this council is not responsible for the management of the United Lincolnshire Hospitals Trust, but believe it could yield considerable influence. I therefore ask Councillor Hill if the executive of Lincolnshire County Council will show support for the people of Boston Borough and of a large part of East Lindsey by issuing a statement expressing its opposition to possible relocation of the Accident and Emergency Department from Pilgrim Hospital to Lincoln County Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Chairman. I think Councillor Austin will be well aware that this council has always supported Boston in many ways, including the £10 million of road schemes, including the Boston Barrage, which is progressing. In terms of the hospital, she is right to say that the actual delivery of services at the hospital is not a direct responsibility of the County Council, although we are working closely with health colleagues in terms of rolling out neighbourhood teams, etc., to make sure that local health services are sustainable in the long term. This council is committed, adamant, that it will support the continuation of Boston Hospital and the continuation of accident and emergency services there. We are very clear that there is a great need for that, and the hospital is currently overcrowded, so that in itself will show that it is very much in need in that area. So very much supportive of defending Boston Hospital and making sure it is there in the future. What we're not supportive of is anybody, I'm not suggesting Councillor Austin is in that category, that nothing can change at Boston Hospital, and the way to support and make sure that Boston Hospital survives as a safe and secure and sustainable hospital is to make sure that things are changed so that that can happen. We are very much on that page. We will support it, and I'm prepared. We will make sure that that campaign carries on.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Brooks for Councillor Sue Woolley.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't need to ask my question now. It was along the lines of Councillor Austin, and I was going to ask that, so having listened to Councillor Hill's explanation, I'm happy to pass on that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Victoria Ayling for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is, there was all this extra money for potholes and road repairs. I'd like to know where it's gone, because it doesn't seem very evident in my ward and driving around Lincolnshire. Also, the problem of temporary repairs. Some of them often only last 3 weeks, so they've got to be done again. Who pays to put those ineffective and wrong repairs right? Us or the contractors who put them there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. You'll be in receipt on a monthly basis of the Highways dashboard, which indicates where potholes are filled in and what areas they're done in rough terms, in terms of our divisions. Broadly speaking, we spread the money on a needs basis across the area. If you'd like a breakdown, I don't think you were at your councillor liaison meeting where we discussed in more detail where the money was going to, but I'm happy to furnish you with the information for your particular area. In terms of the temporary fixes, you're absolutely right. What a frustrating situation we are in. Because of the requirement to do emergency repairs, very often to avoid claims, and with your legal background, you'll know all about that, we have to very quickly attend to what is defined as an emergency pothole. So to that end, very often we have to do a temporary repair because we physically couldn't get the traffic management in place, i.e. traffic lights, road closures, etc., in order to do a full repair. Now that at the moment often consists of little more than cold asphalt and the back of a wheel being rolled over. Now that's not acceptable moving forward. In terms of who covers the costs, we cover the costs, and if we had to go back, we still cover the costs because we can't do a permanent repair. We are looking at some options. Down not far from you in Boston, we're currently trialling a product which is a kind of a plastic mix. We can put a load of stuff on the internet and put some videos up on how we've done it, and that will be a first fix, final fix, the kind of holy grail of fixes, as it were, something you can go in and fix, and then it will be a permanent repair. Because of course, the ideal response is you don't tend to get potholes in isolation. There tends to be areas of them, is to do a whole repair of the road. Because if you have 1 week a pothole open up here, very chances are another one will appear very shortly. But I am pleased in the last couple of years we've fixed over 50,000 potholes more than we have repaired in the past. And actually, we're now seeing the number of potholes being recorded on a monthly basis down from a peak of about 1,200 to only a couple of hundred a month, which is still a couple of hundred more than I'd like, but it's certainly shown the vast improvement and the vast amount of work that the teams are doing on the ground.
Thank you. Councillor Jeff Ellis for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. A heavily used footpath known as the Riverside Walk that runs alongside the River Witham from my division in the south of the city upward to the Brayford Pool has had almost no maintenance on it since it was launched by Richard Branson in the late 1980s. It is now in many places waterlogged, the tarmac surface broken and with sections missing and so deeply rutted as to be in places dangerous. Could some urgent attention be given, please, to even basic repairs before what is a great asset to the city becomes completely unusable?
Thank you very much for the question. Very happy to look at that, and if needs be, I could come out and have a look at it with you and see what we can do. In broad terms, though, our budget priority for the highways spend is on the roads. So we can't necessarily prioritise money everywhere we'd like to, but certainly if it's dangerous, then it does need attending to, and we'll happily come back to you on that.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Payne for Councillor Sue Woolley.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Woolley, as Executive Portfolio Holder, I feel I need to personally ask you this question. Due to the scurrilous false rumours that have been spread in certain quarters about the Pilgrim Hospital being closed and its A&E department being at risk, can you please give this council your personal assurance that the County Council is working closely with its NHS partners to protect health services in Lincolnshire and particularly ensure the continued role of Boston Hospital in these local services? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Well, I hope that the leader's response to Councillor Austin has reassured you. But, I mean, ordinarily, I'd say scurrilous was a bit strong, but actually in this instance, I happen to agree with you. It just cannot be right that people are frightened, and particularly probably in their hour of need, about uncertainty, and actually on matters that just aren't true. I can assure you that the County Council is working and has been working for over a year now to work with the health service to make sure that the residents in this county have first-class, safe services. And for those services, for the people who live in the Boston area, for those services to be provided by Boston Hospital. I hope that reassures you.
Thank you. Councillor John Hough for Councillor Martin.
Martin, sorry. The Chief Constable of Lincolnshire, Neil Rhodes, has said on top of 120 police officers already lost under this government's austerity programme, a further 236 police officers could be lost if the cuts continue. This would make the force, in his words, unsustainable. You've expressed your willingness to work with him to put pressure on the government. When will you confirm that this council will be maintaining its current financial commitment to police community support officers?
Thank you for that. Yes, I mean, I was approached by the Chief Constable to write a letter of support to him in his campaign for fair funding for Lincolnshire Police, and I did support him in that fact, but I also need to make clear that although I think we all have to recognise, and indeed the National Labour Government also, Labour Party now recognises that nationally we have to find more savings because we are spending 90 billion, the government is spending 90 billion pounds a year still, more than it's bringing in. So savings have to be found. But I would very much in support of the Chief Constable, in fact, that the police funding formula is unfair, as indeed very unfair, because they are very much an outlier, as indeed our funding formula is also unfair. So I was prepared to support him in that case, but I also made it clear that I still believe that it is possible for, it is regrettable, but possible that we can all still find savings, including the police service in generally. But if the Lincolnshire Police was funded fairly, that would be more palatable to them. So I have supported them in that case, but also in terms of our budget proposals, they will come forward to the executive now in January. and we will be putting proposals forward which will show how we continue to propose to support the police service in general, which will probably include PCSOs.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Palmer for Councillor Nick Worth. And may I say, very pleased to see you back in council.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for those comments. Earlier, when we were talking about John Hicks, etc., it does make you feel guilty when you recover from something and someone else doesn't. There's always a feeling of guilt. So with that, I'd just like to pay my quick respects to John Hicks, a great man. Nick Worth, I bet you missed me in September asking a question on libraries. Just to prove it's not anything personal, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Nick, are you and probably your fellow members of the executive regretting your decision you made just over a year ago when you decided to ignore thousands of petitioners, hundreds of people marching through Lincoln, to continue with your plan to put volunteers who had their arms twisted into libraries, and the waste of money that it has cost the taxpayers of this council in fighting their own citizens in a legal case? I'd like your answer, if possible, not to blame the citizens of this county for being passionate about their libraries and taking this council to judicial review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer, and delighted to see you back. And yes, I did miss the question at the last meeting, although it was relayed to me anyway. I know you continue to have considerable input on that, and it is great to see you back here. And I wish I could have managed to come up with an equally distasteful Christmas tie. Very impressive it is, actually. I don't know whether it's one of those that plays music, because I have actually got one at home that does that, but I wasn't brave enough to bring it, I have to say. As to your question, no, I don't regret the decision at all. Obviously, we didn't instigate the judicial review. We've been through that process. We're now coming out of that process, and we'll come through with a report that will take that on to the next stage. I fully appreciate there's a lot of very passionate people about libraries right across the county, right across the country. And I don't think I'm the least bit surprised that they've put that passion into doing what they did with the judicial review. But we are where we are now. We will be going through the process now following the judicial review, which will be coming to the scrutiny committee at the end of January and to the executive on the 3rd of February. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Alan Jesson for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Davis, £15 million is due to be handed out by government for main road infrastructure. Lincolnshire has received not one penny. Why is that?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think you meant 15 billion. The short answer is it's for the trunk road network, of which we have virtually none in Lincolnshire. To preempt the obvious secondary question of why then don't we have a lot of our roads detrunked, that would mean then the previous funding that we have got on the additional 9 million we're in the process of receiving at the moment, we wouldn't get, because that would have gone directly to the highways agency who maintain the trunk road network. We have an incredible record over the last 2 or 3 years, if not longer, of receiving additional funding from the government. We regularly publish the information, and I think it's fair to say, and speaking to members across the chamber, we can see the benefits on the roads that additional funding has brought.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Fleetwood for Councillor Richard Davis.
And a personal invitation from John Hayes, MP, Transport Minister. John Hayes being an MP at the south of the county, to Westminster on Monday to discuss the potential of Lincoln Eastern bypass. John Hayes was kind enough to submit a reply to me, which I received yesterday, which is quite remarkable for government to get a reply in 3 days, which confirms that there will be a public inquiry into the Lincoln Eastern bypass and other issues. Does the portfolio holder for highways accept the funding is in place for the single carriageway Lincoln Eastern bypass based upon reassurances given by those meeting with John Hayes, MP, Transport Minister, and confirmed in a letter yesterday, which he chose not to attend, based on the overwhelming number of local people wanting a full motorised access to Lincoln displayed in the recent correspondence? To spell it out, over 90% of the people in favour of a motorised bridge. Will he now accept that a full motorised bridge for Hawthorne Road be included at minimal cost? The Transport Minister said that even his 10-year-old son could recognise the need for this.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I'd also like to pay tribute to you, Councillor Fleetwood. You've worked tirelessly on behalf of your residents campaigning for this, and I think it's a good example of a local councillor really getting stuck into a local issue, so well done, and I appreciate you're in a difficult position. In terms of the letter we received, yes, we have, and we will be publishing it in due course, and it does clarify things very nicely. I would like to take this opportunity to make a few points with regards to the Eastern Bypass. If, with your permission, Chairman, I'd ask you to bear with me a little bit. Firstly, the scheme we are promoting, the single carriageway scheme with no road bridge at Hawthorne Road, is the chosen preferred solution for the authority as we currently sit here. The fact is, after the last general election, despite assurances to the contrary, funding for the dual carriageway scheme that included a road bridge at Hawthorne Road was pulled, proving the point that one parliament cannot bind another one. So the scheme we have, and we're promoting, and as you're absolutely right, Councillor Fleetwood, is going to public inquiry, is the one we support. In terms of your first part of your question was funding. I am confident, having seen the letter, it reiterates what we already knew, that the funding is ring-fenced for the lifetime of this Parliament, because as you can all appreciate, John Hayes is an excellent roads minister. However, although as much as I'd like him to be roads minister after the next election, there is a chance he may not be. Therefore, we don't know after the next election whether or not the funding for the scheme is still in place. And what is very clear from what happened to us previously is that despite assurances from civil servants and ministers, the moment you have a general election, all is up in the air. And I would have guessed that possibly nobody in this chamber would like to predict the outcome of the next general election, and certainly who may or may not hold the balance of power. Thank you very much. Touche, touche. Yes. Whether or not you'd gamble £50 million on it's probably a different question. Yeah, thank you. In terms of the number of objectors, we've had in excess, I'm reliably informed from the DFT, of 500 objections to the scheme. One of the reasons we're going to public inquiry, which a rough calculation on my part means that about just less than 10% of the local population of those villages directly affected have objected, which is slightly at odds with the suggestion that the majority of local people are against it. One of the other things that I think is worth pointing out that the Transport Minister says in his letter, and we'll be publishing this very shortly, is that it isn't for the Transport Minister or the Department for Transport to have an opinion on the design of this scheme. In fact, so much so, he iterates the point that he will not give an opinion. So I couldn't be at the meeting you went to on Monday. Martin and myself were only invited on the previous Thursday, and as you're well aware, we had a budget meeting that evening, so it would have been impossible to get down to Westminster and back. If we'd had more notice, I'm sure we would have been able to do something to get there. But the fact of the matter is, it isn't for the Transport Minister, as he's made very clear in his letter, to have an opinion on the design. When this design went before the inspector previously, it was upheld and supported by the inspector, and we have worked closely with the parish councils to try and get a solution that matches. I think the other point I'd like to make is this is a two-sided story. As the opposition member for Transport knows full well, and the local members from the Labour Party who cover the Lincoln side of this debate, there is a very strong set of feelings on both sides of this issue. So the one thing I can perhaps with some certainty guarantee that no matter what scheme we put forward, there would be significant level objections to either. And I think it is duty bound on us to deliver a road scheme that frankly we've waited too long for, and national politicians of both sides have let Lincoln and Lincolnshire down over the funding for. So it is a gamble that I'm not prepared to take at this stage. And to answer the remaining point about simply dropping a road bridge in a Hawthorne Road, that simply is not possible. We do not have a planning permission in isolation for a road bridge on Hawthorne Road. I've spoken to the head of highways and planning, who confirm that at this stage, if we were minded to, we would be looking to put in a road bridge on Hawthorne Road. We could be potentially looking at a further 2.5 year delay, which puts us well into the uncertainty of funding after the next general election. And perhaps the leader of the opposition would agree that one thing that is certain is nobody knows what the funding situation is going to be after next May. And I do not think it's fair to gamble what we potentially have now for something we may never have in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Kev Clark for Councillor Peter Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Robinson, on the fire service, we was notified at the latest community scrutiny committee that the budget cuts being proposed will result in the loss of frontline services. Can Lincolnshire County Council reconsider the budget cuts to this department and provide the fire brigade with a ring-fence budget so it may continue to give people of Lincolnshire the reliable service it gets at the moment?
Thank you very much for that question. I think it's fair to say, though, that reluctant as I am to see the fire and rescue service cut in the money that we provide, I am content that the cover we've got at the moment is certainly adequate for the safety of the people in Lincolnshire. We are fortunate that we have a very enthusiastic and skilled workforce in the fire and rescue service, and of course in the present situation with the industrial action by the FBU, having 2/3 of our firefighters on a retained duty basis, many of them not being therefore involved in the FBU strikes, we have been able to provide adequate cover during the period that has gone. Certainly, I'm sorry to see the fire and rescue budget cut, but in the present circumstances, I cannot see that there was any option. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Overton for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just a question of clarity, because we heard on the television Councillor Hill talking about a 90 million deficit, a 90 million saving that this council had to make, and at the same day in the morning at the scrutiny committee we heard of 120 million saving that this council has to make over the next few years. So I'd just like clarity on what the current situation is. Thank you.
Thank you. The situation hasn't changed since the change of government, shall we say. So just to clarify, we are on target. We were required to find £150 million worth of savings from the 2011 government budget statement. We are on target to deliver that more or less by the end of this financial year. Following the Chancellor's statement some weeks ago, we are now clear that we, on top of that, we'll have to find another £90 million. So that in total is approximately £200 million in the decade, if that helps you.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Parker for Councillor Richard Davis.
Quick transfer from Richard Davis to Martin Hill, because it was about Eastern Relief Road and you did a very good job in explaining that. Thank you, Richard. Martin, I know you've taken a close personal interest in local government boundary changes. I just wondered if you know whether the County Council considered using a district level population forecasting system called POP Group, which the LGA run and which has been made available to over 100 local authorities when it comes to predicting the number of electors in an area. So it's the LGA demographic forecasting model used by 100 councils. Did we use it in relation to our work so far?
The question to that is, I don't know, but I think obviously we are here preempting the debate which will happen later about how many councillors we would recommend to the Boundary Commission. The model we have used, which Councillor Parker is well aware of, is we're using the model which the Boundary Commission itself recommends. And we need to remember when we come to that debate, we don't make the decision, regrettably. I think it's regrettable that councils can't actually make the decision. All we can do is recommend to the Boundary Commission what we feel is an appropriate number. They have a set methodology which they are very adamant they wish to use. So if we get to use a methodology, we probably is best to use the one they recommend. If they are, we'll come to this later, if they are inconsistent in their own rules, that is a matter for them. But we've got to use some sort of methodology, and we think that, and those councillors who had the pleasure of being lectured by the Boundary Commission, shall I put it out there, it was made clear in no uncertain terms that they have certain criteria, and they will only accept evidence that they inverted commas consider is relevant. So I think it is prudent, if you've got to use, you could use all sorts of methodologies, and as Councillor Parker is well aware, the review group has spent ages looking at all the different connotations, and we are predicting not population, predicting electorate, and also predicting what the electorate in Lincolnshire will be in 2021. Not easy. So we are using the ones we have been advised to use by the Boundary Commission. There has been a lot of contact between our officers and Boundary Commission officers. So we'll use their methodology, and that still doesn't preclude us from choosing, notwithstanding that, having a local view on what we feel is the appropriate number of councillors for Lincolnshire.
Thank you. Councillor David Brailsford for Councillor Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the portfolio holder for finance give this council an update following the government announcement yesterday on local authority funding? Thank you.
Thank you, David, for the question. As expected, the settlement is only for 1 year. The new government, post-May, will need to undertake a comprehensive spending review for the years commencing 1st of April 2016 onwards, prior to determining local government funding. The settlement is broadly in line with the indicative one that was published in February, but I want to just go through a couple of headline points which I think will be pertinent to all of us. Additional funding for rural authorities has been increased from 11.5 million to 15.5. Our revenue support grant has fallen, though, from 124.6 million to 93.8. That's a £30.8 million or 25% difference. We were, however, expecting that to be 34.2, so it's not quite where we thought. However, 2.6 million of that smaller reduction relates to the re-provision of the current year's council tax freeze grant if it's taken. So it's not a real gain. Funding for the Care Act implementation has been allocated on as a separate but not ring-fence grant of 4.432 against an expectation of 4. So again, that is slightly up. The council tax referendum threshold has been set once again at 2% for the year. A further council tax freeze grant of 1% is offered for next year based on the council deciding to take that. That would be a freeze for the 5th year. It would equate to £2.6 million, as I previously said. There is, however, no certainty that this funding will continue beyond that year. Alternatively, a council tax rise of, say, 1.9% would generate additional income for council services of 4.3 million, which would increase over the freeze grant by 1.7. The settlement makes extensive reference to the spending power concept, and the average reduction in spending power only being 1.8% next year. Spending power includes revenue support grants, all aspects of business rates, specific grants excluding schools, and the gross value of the Better Care Fund, i.e. not simply the element made available to a particular authority. LCC spending power calculations are based on a Better Care Fund allocation of 48.4 million next year, when in reality a maximum of 20 million will be available to LCC. Our spending power therefore only reduces by 0.5% as a consequence. All in all, the settlement is marginally better than expected, but our task of delivering services within budget remains a challenging one. I remain optimistic that for the foreseen pressures we face, we can and will meet them, although I would reassure Council that every opportunity will be taken to lobby government on Lincolnshire's behalf to ensure that our future requirements are heard loud and clear.
Thank you. Councillor Phil Dilks for Councillor Nick Worth.
Thanks so much. It's warm in here. I think I'll take my jacket off. Excuse me. Good morning, Nick, and good morning, Chairman. When I was first briefed on your plan to save money by cutting funding to 33 libraries, my first question was how much money had this council put aside to cover the costs of this change, particularly the projected costs of making library staff redundant. I was then told by the head of libraries, it's not my budget, so I don't know. Now, 18 months on, can I ask you, Nick, how much has the council actually spent so far on this plan change, including officer time, legal fees, redundancy payments, councillor expenses, and of course the flawed £100,000 consultation? Thank you. That's my question. Can I wish all chairman and Nick and all councillors a Merry Christmas and the T-shirts in the post, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and happy Christmas to you, Councillor Dilks. Just for a minute, I had thought you got your Christmas jumper on for a minute, but then I realised it was that old one that you've had for a long time. Yeah. I will have to give you the details because obviously we're still ongoing, so costs will continue whilst we go through the current process. So when we get to conclude that process, it will be, as I've said on many times before, a very open process where you'll be able to see exactly how much it has cost. But as I say, as we're still ongoing and we're still in that process, I don't have them at the moment. I can of course get them for you if you want to break down up to the present time. Happy to do that for you. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Councillor Charmaine Morgan for Councillor Peter Roberts.
Sorry, I just wish to make a change, if I may, following a response to Councillor Clark's question. But basically, the new proposals that the Fire Brigade are putting forward to us include a number of key changes which should raise concern. One of those is the redrawing up of the key target times for arriving in due response time to an emergency. At the moment, we are within minutes or up to 20 minutes of an engine arriving should there be an emergency. And it's something people need to bear in mind, because I think there's this perception that call the fire brigade and they will be there. There are wide variations across the county depending on the geography. There is, moving forward, an increased dependency on non-permanent fire crews attending, and our officers are telling us that they can't guarantee they'll get to the station in time because of local issues, traffic, etc., which can delay them. So in other words, when we revisit the proposals, we are at each stage increasing the risk to our community. How we measure that statistically, I know it's difficult, but the fact is common sense tells us that as we cut the fire brigade frontline budget, we are putting our people at more risk. So the question, yes,
can
thank
I
you.
have the question?
The
please?
question is, will you reconsider your earlier position? Because I do not think it's acceptable. We are talking about people's lives. We have horrible decisions to make in this council now, but we are on this one surely going to have to draw a line and say we need to protect those vital services. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Councillor, for the opportunity to say that I really have every faith in Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue Services capability continuing to provide a first-class service across the county. There is no doubt that we have had to make cuts. For instance, we've reduced manning on some fire appliances from 5 firefighters to 4. And some people have been alarmed about that. But the reason behind it is that the equipment that is provided to our firefighters is now really markedly superior to what there was just a few years ago, and that 4 firefighters can actually be as effective as 5 were in the past. For instance, I'll give you a simple example. A 13-meter ladder that is used for firefighting in high buildings can actually now be lifted far more easily than it was, because there's a new lighter material used. Things like that have meant that they don't actually need the 5 as much as they did. Now, I would be the first one to say that I would like to have more money for the fire service. But as I said in my reply to Councillor Clark, these cuts have to be spread across the county, but at the same time, we have had really quite a gentle treatment by the finance people, because we do recognize that people's lives are at stake with the business of fire and rescue. And so I can honestly say, putting my hand on my heart, that there is no more risk to people in Lincolnshire from fire as a result of the changes to the fire and rescue service.
Thank you. Councillor Nev Jackson for Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chairman. Councillor Hill, I asked you at the last meeting of the council if you'd make representation in respect of the issue of legal highs. Certainly within my ward, residents have raised many issues about the frightening experience they've had with people they describe as not on this planet. Intimidation and fearfulness for individuals who look to be vulnerable. It's been made a big priority for the residents' police panel. It is an issue that has got the City Council putting in a proposal to restrict the taking of highs out within the city area, defined as, I'll describe it as city centre. We're now faced, we understand, with reductions in police, reductions in PCSOs by this authority. Who is going to safeguard the residents? And could I ask how far his representations on this issue has got so far? Thank you, Chairman.
And we have been very active, and I think the best person who has been most active, I've asked Peter Robinson to lead on this, and there is a lot of activity going, and I assure you, in our proposals for in the budget for supporting community safety, legal highs and that sort of issue take high priority. But Councillor Robinson has been very active, so I think he's probably best placed.
Thank you. You're right. Legal highs is one of the main threats to public safety at the moment, I think. But by virtue of being legal, it isn't an easy thing to deal with. This is a national problem, not a problem really for our county council. I know that our trading standards are keeping a very close eye on what's going on, but their powers are extremely limited because it is legal. All we can do, I'm sure, is to put out as much information to the population as possible to explain the dangers of these wretched things, because no one knows what's in them. They are badged as not suitable for human consumption to get around other bits of legislation, and yet they do have a very bad effect on people's quality of life and also on their ability to control their actions. They're very, very dangerous, and we're doing all we can as trading standards and as a county council to try and persuade government to do something legal about this problem.
Thank you. There's no further questions, so go to item 9. The council size proposal for the Local Government Boundary Commission for England. A report by the Executive Director for Environment and Economy has been circulated. There will be one debate, and I will move that Councillor Martin Hill, in moving the motion and in responding to issues raised during the debate, will be allowed to speak for 6 minutes. Councillor Rob Parker and other movers of amendments to be allowed to speak for 6 minutes. The other speakers each to be allowed to speak for 3 minutes, and that no further substantial amendments be moved. Have I a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to second that.
Thank you. Can we have a Councillor Hill?
For clarity, I have no particular view either way. Does that mean I have 3 minutes, 6 minutes on total, or 6 minutes to introduce and some minutes to? I just want to be clear so I understand.
6 plus 3. Pre-amendment to the council.
Excuse me, sorry, also on clarity, I see in the papers today that weren't on the papers discussed at the meeting yesterday, a new note has arrived where it says that no further amendments will be taken, and I think you just said that as well. Are you talking about no further after? Am I able to put an amendment forward or not, is the question, because this is a new...
Yeah. No further amendments from now. The amendments that have come in will be taken. Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir. We now vote on the temporary amendment to the council's procedure rules. Those in favour? Thank you. Any against? No. I wish to remind members about the rules of debate as set out in rules 13.5 and 13.9 of the council procedure rules, which have not been suspended. And therefore, I have decided that the debate will take the form as set out in paragraphs A to G below. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just take a little bit of time to introduce, for those who may be watching or not aware of what the situation is. From time to time, each council is required to have a boundary review of its electoral arrangements, and certainly this council, we haven't had one since 2001, and there are some divisions which are, we have one division, I think, which is for 5,000 maybe, and one which is approaching 10,000. So the Boundary Commission have come in and told us that we are required to have a review. I think the first thing to remember when we're doing this is it is, as I've previously said to Councillor Parker, it is not our decision. We are today recommending to the Boundary Commission. So there's 2 phases to this. One is deciding how many councillors should represent the people of Lincolnshire in the future from the next county council elections. And the next phase, once that is decided, then there will be a detailed ward by ward account. And it's also important to remember that we are not allowed to cross over district boundaries. So all the changes happen within a district boundary. I think the other important thing to remember, and this was made clear to us when most of us had the opportunity to meet with the Boundary Commission. There are various criteria which they use in terms of efficient government and in terms of local flavour, if that's the right word. But the most important one, I think that was made quite clear to us, that was electoral equality. So they're quite clear that what they're expecting is mostly, and although they don't say that in the paperwork, it was made clear verbally, they are expecting there to be an equality across the county. So all of us more or less within 10% represent the same number of electors, and they're very, very keen on that. So, and I think the other thing, as I mentioned before, to remember is that we are talking about electorate, not population. So that is a very important factor as well. So, and of course, we're talking about the electorate, predicted electorate in 2021. And as the people on the review group, there has been a review group which has been going on for some time. That is quite a difficult problem. So predicting what the electorate will be in the future is not an exact science. And as Councillor Parker, with his question to me, it brought out the issue that there are many different ways of predicting what the electorate will be in the future, often based on households. But there are various models, and as Councillor Parker rightly said, there are all sorts of different models out there, including the LGA one, but the council has chosen at this time. There are various options put forward, and the working group spent many hours running through all these figures. We've decided, personally, from my perspective, that you've got to go with one model, and the model we've chosen is the one which the Boundary Commission themselves have recommended. So today we are being asked to come to a conclusion, and I think you could get actually lost in all the detail of all the figures, because it is extremely complicated. And then there are the other the variable factors which have come into this is, yes, there will be more houses. How many houses will actually have voting people in them by 2021? The Boundary Commission are of the view that due to two things mainly, the increase in student population, there will be a reduction, could be a reduction, and also the fact that the new arrangements for registering electors will change. I mean, whether that's right or wrong, I'm not commenting. I'm just saying the justification they would give for using their model. So I think today you could actually argue all day, and all of us can see the potential changes to our own divisions, but I also need to remember that whatever happens, we will change. I don't think there'll be many divisions which won't change, even if we stayed at 77, because we need to balance out the electorate to make sure there is equality of representation. So my own personal view, I think what I try and approach this to say, well, what we're really being asked to do, what is our view in broad terms of what is the right number of councillors to represent all the people of Lincolnshire, and what is a reasonable amount of electors that you could expect a councillor to represent. And obviously the county is quite varied, and currently we have seats which are very compact, for example in Lincoln, Grantham and other towns. Otherwise, and we have the Wolds, Louth Wolds, for example, which Councillor Marfleet represents, which is very sparsely populated. So I think we've got to come to a view. And I think what I would advise members to do when they look at the important figures are, yes, when you look at the various models, what is a reasonable amount of people that a county councillor should represent? And it will vary between, on these models, between just over 7,000 to just over 8,000, I think. But also in terms of, I think there's a more general point, and my own philosophical point is, I think in terms of, we talked about cuts and where we're having to find savings already, we are 1,500 staff less than we used to be. And I think there is a moral issue almost, that councillors probably also should be making their effort to put themselves up for cuts, if you like. So that's why the coalition group will be recommending option C on page 62, which is reduction to 71 councillors in future. That's what we will be proposing. There are, I think, at least three other, or maybe, I think we've now got proposals for 75, 77 and 68, I seem to remember. So all of those people who have suggested those figures will obviously now be able to put their case as well. And then when we've had a good debate, we'll be able to wind up and make a decision. But stressing, it is not our decision. The council will put its case forward, and of course political parties, indeed individuals, can still, independent of the council, make their own view as well. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Have you a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to second that and reserve the right to come back during the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the amendment by Councillor Parker.
First of all, I think you set the scene well, Martin. So I think that was a very even-handed way of explaining the situation for the benefit of anybody who is not aware of the issue that we're facing. I think the first point I'd want to make is that these reviews, boundary reviews, happen once every 15 years. So in a sense, we have to get it right. Now, that seems to me fundamental. And one of the building blocks is a calculation based on a projection of what we think the population is going to be, and more importantly, the number of electors in 2021. But two things can help us. The first one is that we're not alone in doing this, because at the moment, if you go to the Local Government Boundary Commission website, you'll see that there are 7 other councils, county councils, that are going through this process. And here in Lincolnshire, in the last year or so, there's been 3 district councils. So we've got something to build on. The point that then becomes relevant is the question of what information do we know already, and do we have such a thing as a set methodology? Well, we don't, because the Local Government Boundary Commission have some guidance, and it seems as though that guidance can be interpreted in a number of different ways. Now, that then raises points. I mean, one of the things that we've got on this council is a number of dual members. So the dual members are faced with a position, aren't they? Just recently, and in September, the Lincoln City Council put their proposals forward, and it was based on a set of figures that are completely different to the ones that we've got here. So Jeff Ellis, Rosie Kirk, and Neil Murray are going to face with a difficulty where they voted for something in a full council meeting on one set of figures for Lincoln City Council, and they're going to have to vote on a completely different set of figures for the County Council. Bob Adams, Helen Powell, Paul Wood, Ray Wootton, Charmaine Morgan, Phil Dilks did the same thing on South Kesteven District Council in March this year. Different figures completely. They said we're happy with the proposals that are going through to the Boundary Commission. Here today, we've got a completely different set of figures, and you're going to be validating those. Now, that doesn't look very good, does it? If we go to East Lindsey, and that was last year, we've got Victoria Ailing and Tony Bridges and Sarah Dodds and Hugo Marfleet and Steve Palmer validated a set of figures, you know, saying these are fine by us. Okay, come to this council, and are now being asked to validate another set of figures. That on the face of it, none of us like to use the word common sense, because that can vary from person to person, but it doesn't sound good, does it? Okay, you've seen the figures that I produced for the districts, but it's just the same thing comes out. The same thing comes out when we move to the county level. And you can see from the figures that I've got, and the figures always produce Lincolnshire at the bottom, okay, with the smallest number of increase in the electors. Okay, so one of the questions that Martin asked was how many electors is it reasonable for each councillor to represent? Well, if you consistently, if you take a view on it, then if as you can see from here, we consistently underestimate the figures, then we're going to end up with more if these figures are not correct. Now, I'm asking the question, how is it that we see ourselves as a growing county with growing number of electors as a consequence, and yet Cambridgeshire is growing at 8.9% and Hertfordshire 8%, Nottinghamshire 6.7%, Devon 4.4%, and we come in at 2.3%. Now, similarly, when it comes to Lincolnshire compared to the districts, South Kesteven's growing at 7.5% electors, West Lindsey 7.2%, Lincoln 5.5%, East Lindsey 5.54%, and we come in at 2.3%. Now, it doesn't make sense, does it? You know, I'm asking people to say, would you bet on this if it was a statistical calculation? Now, all we're saying on this side is that, for a start, if you've got such serious doubts about the figures, then the starting point is to stick with 77, because you can't justify a change based on a set of figures, however well that the methodology has been done, that are so remarkably different and so consistently different with not just one council, but with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 councils. Now, that's the start. Now, we've been told that the best fit is 71. That best fit means that it's much more easier to get an equal number at that particular figure. But that's based on this set of calculations. And it seems to me that we can't be pressing on with our methodology when it turns out that figures are so different to local councils in Lincolnshire and other counties in England. Now, that seems to me to be a fundamental issue, which is why our motion does two things. It says stick at 77, and it brings to the attention, we seek to bring it to the attention of the Boundary Commission, these serious differences, disparities, quite significant disparities between our figures and those of other councils. And when we think about the forecast growth in some of the councils that are round about our size, Devon, for example, is going up twice as big in terms of voters and electors. I rest at that point. I'm asking for a debate, and I'm also asking for an outcome that seems to reflect the figures that are in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Lincolnshire traditionally has been one of the fastest growing counties in the country. On all previous, over the last 20 years, we have seen a huge influx of people compared to many other places around the country. And it beggars belief that we're now saying that that's not going to continue. And I think what's particularly interesting for me, and it illustrates the whole ridiculous setup of this methodology, is what it's actually projecting for my own ward, which obviously I know a bit more about than all the other ones. But what it is saying is that over this period, I'm actually going to lose voters. And it's a very interesting idea. I don't know whether you're coming along. It's a good point. Whether you're going to come along with a machine gun or something to get rid of them. But we are under huge pressure to build housing. Yesterday, the district council approved an application for another 45 houses in part of my ward. It deferred a decision about another 39, but that's likely to go ahead. Yet I'm told in that part of the ward that that's the reason why the numbers are going down. There is an application for 1,000 houses in part of my ward, which, although it's been refused twice by the district council, has gone to appeal and is almost certainly going to be approved in part. Now, I don't necessarily support, in fact, I object to a lot of these applications, but nonetheless, the reality is that we're going to see a substantial increase in population in my ward, yet this methodology is saying it's going to go down. It's completely mad. And I suggest that the whole process that has been gone through by the LRO doesn't actually figure with what your personal experiences is in your wards, because these figures are just made up with a pseudo methodology rather than with the reality that we actually face in Lincolnshire on the ground. And trying to take a decision on bad evidence is not the right way to be going about it. What would be the effect if what you're projecting was actually happening? In terms of trying to get government funding in the future, we would be saying, well, we don't really need it in the future. We're going to be growing a lot less than Cambridgeshire, Hertfordshire, Nottinghamshire, Kent. Why give it to us? We don't need it. I mean, this is just absurd. The pressures on Lincolnshire and the population on Lincolnshire are considerable. That will be reflected in the electorate. And on the issue about whether or not people will be actually coming off the register because of the new design by the Conservative government to prevent people going on and becoming electors, well, equally, surely as a county council, we should be concerned about democracy. We should be working with the districts to ensure everybody is on the register and not accepting a decision that was made nationally to actually influence what happens here. So I urge you to reject what Martin Hill is proposing and to support the 77 that we're arguing for.
Thank you. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I've been part of the committee and the debating process of the savings we need to make as a council. And to actually go forward, I would like to obviously put forward that we reduce to 68 councillors. That's a reduction of 9 councillors. That will balance the cuts fairly and evenly across the total county. So it will actually help trim up each county, each seat, ward seat, and balance them fairly across political parties as well as boundaries. I cannot agree, as Councillor Parker and Hough have pointed out, the formula for accounting for the future electorate. It's actually bizarre. We've got houses planning going through all over the county, new houses being built, but yet when you look at the figures that's been given to us, they do not resonate with the same facts. So I cannot actually go forward with the evidence we've been provided to date. It might seem good as a formula for the Boundary Commission, but not a fair one for the council to work its procedures out with. I think I need to ask my fellow councillors here to become turkeys, because I'm asking you to vote for Christmas and vote for a cull in our numbers, which I think is required. We cannot stand here and ask our council staff to take the cut in salaries, in jobs and services and stand there and think we can remain as some councillors. And I think the 68 is the fairest formula across the county to redistribute the numbers. This is quite important because it will actually reduce 2 councillors in my own ward of East Lindsey and 2 in Lincoln, which goes across the base, but it actually reduces 1 councillor in each other district borough council. So it's the fairest way forward if we are going to make the cuts. More importantly, this will save £105,000 plus in councillors' allowances and wages, which in these prudent times has got to be a good thing, actually saving more money. I think wherever you put the figures, if you go 71, 73, 75, you're basically putting a pin in the donkey because there's no meaningful figure that says it's the right figure, as Councillor Parker's pointed out. Yes, I'd like to argue the fact we need to remain the same, but I think to actually be fair, the 68 gives a fair distribution across the whole area in the whole county, and that's what we'll be putting forward to the Boundaries Commission. My previous motion to scrap district and borough councils is obviously still standing. I think it's something seriously the council's got to debate in the future. Every time I sit in Pete Moore's office and we go through council funding or the lack of funding our area gets, it's more evident we've got to make the savings. Obviously, by doing this, we would actually, on top of the 8 or 9 councils or 5 councils we're voting for today, would actually remove 300 district councils across the county. More importantly, chief execs, senior management, IT, and actually do something with some major savings. It would actually raise between 25 million as a minimum figure up to 38 million possible savings per year across the county, which would help the county balance its books and either address its roads or savings it's got to make in the future. And I think we need to look at this. I know previously we said we was going to ask our own political parties, but I think while we're being honest to the electorate and representing their needs and services, we cannot pretend the fact that we can go forward with the cuts that have been asked. And I think let's grasp it and look at this properly as a council. And I would like in a future working group to address that. By cutting the councillors down, I think it will actually give us a better quality councillors. It will stop parties filling seats with any candidates just to fill the seats. So I think as a council we need to look at this, but on the actual readdressing the seats, I think the 68 seats is the fairest way forward across the county to make savings and move the council forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair, and I'll second that and reserve my right to speak at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marianne Overton.
To Councillor Payne for not being up to scratch and not being one of the quality councillors that he's seeking, and I hope that in the next election that there will be some more suitable councillors elected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to not propose an amendment after all, thank you. We, as group leaders, discussed the debates and we discussed the issue, and we did agree that it would be good to go to a consensus so that we could all go forward with a consensus view, which was at 75 councillors. By the next meeting, that was out the window, and we then had very different proposals from all of the other group leaders. I was minded to keep with what we'd originally agreed, and that was the 75, because to my mind that was a reasonable compromise between. I'm speaking on the motion.
A point of information. As you're not moving the amendment.
I'm speaking on the motion. 3. I think it should
normally
be 3.
I'd have invited you to speak on that. Right.
Okay. Thank you. If you'd like to take that as a point of exclamation, then I'll start my 3 minutes.
No, you speak.
Right. Okay. Just to cover the key issues to my mind, it's very much about, we are a very large, rural, sparsely populated county, which makes services difficult to deliver, and it's very hard for councillors to keep a close connection with their communities and with the individuals in those communities. I would like individual residents to be able to say, yes, I know who my councillor is, and I know they will be able to help if I call on them, because they haven't got 20,000 other people. They will be able to put proper attention to my issue. And I would like us to be in that situation. As we reduce the democratic allowances, democratic councillors, that democratic accountability, it makes it more difficult for residents to directly communicate and connect with their councillors. You might say that IT is fine, and what's wrong with IT? And of course we all embrace IT, but we are still human. And surprisingly, it remains that there is nothing more effective than a face-to-face conversation with somebody to properly communicate on an issue. And that remains, for many of us, a key method of communication. So on the numbers, we also have serious doubts about the numbers that are projected, and I cannot see that they can be right at all, both in terms of the numbers put forward and the projections that are put forward. We have individual examples also, like has been mentioned from across the other benches. We've also found similar anomalies where the numbers just clearly don't make sense. To say that the numbers of people registered are going to diminish and therefore you should have fewer councillors doesn't make sense to me either, because we are councillors to serve our communities and to serve our residents. That means not just the electors, but all of the adults and children and all of the people with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Chris Bruce.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try and be brief. I was a member of the Working Party, and we too asked for a fresh look at the figures. Everything we do about the future as far ahead is a guesstimate, but I particularly, one of my very, very few strengths in life was mental arithmetic. And when this first arose, I looked at the figures for the districts and I immediately said 71. The reason I said 71, and it's in our charts, is it is the one solution which will appeal to the Boundary Commission because it shows the slightest, the smallest variation from the norm, in that no districts variation exceeds 4%. We should have a formula that covers the fact that Devon, North Yorkshire, Cumbria and Lincolnshire have less than one person per hectare, but we're riddled with formulas. Some of the local government formulae have to have 4 people sitting in the room at the same time and only 4 to understand them. It does seem to me that if we take a very small step, we will have something imposed on us, which we don't want. And I do think, and I shall leave it at this, that mathematically, and we are in a numbers game with the Boundary Commission on this, 71 is actually the one that splits. My main point, and I know your Vice Chairman will agree with me, not only should we not split districts, but let's hope that we don't have what used to happen many years ago between my predecessors and William's predecessor's parish, where one of his parishes was split in 2 divisions. And it does seem to me that 71 fits the bill. I commend 71 to people because mathematically and arithmetically, which is what the Boundary Commission are doing, it is the one that fits.
Thank you. Parker on the population question. But the fact is we are cutting staff, we're cutting services, so it is only right that we lead by example and take a cut as well. So I shall therefore support the reduction to 71. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Supporting Councillor Parker's an amendment. I mean, when we're looking at cutting figures to reduce expenditure, of course, Cuba and other countries have got the ideal. One person looking after everybody, vast reductions, something none of us would want. Might be benevolent in future. I think one of the things that does greatly concern me is when the Boundary Commission comes in and cannot say these are the reliable figures on which we will discuss the future of an authority. Because we've had a Boundary Commission in Lincoln that's looked at the city and said no change. Now we've got another one looking at other figures
we've got uncertainties. We've got 2 higher education institutions, both increasing in the number of people attending. Now, Councillor Hill is quite right. Numbers and electors are 2 different things. But if those students are required to vote where they're having their training, that shoots the figures right up. I know in my area, I've seen no demolition of properties, and yet the figures have dropped. And yet you've got more people in the single household than ever before. A lot of them are not registered. Now, you know, everybody of every government keeps saying we're going to require people to register. So we've got all these uncertainties. We know we have within the city major building projects that will take place. We know that Skew Bridge is going to be developed at some time in the future. I know there's going to be building on brownfield sites within my area. And yet, if I look in the rural areas, there is hardly a week goes by before this village or that village says no more expansion. It ruins a village, the roads can't take it. So if they are saying no expansion, then the expansion is going to be limited to brownfield sites and what can happen within those sites. Now, I'd like the Boundary Commission to get some reliable figures on which we can logically put forward a proposal that all of us accept, at least the figures are right. As it is at the moment, we don't know. And of course, the other great uncertainty coming back to the Scotland issue is 16 voters. If a government decides that the electorate will start at 16, again, we've got another set of figures we've got to throw into the speculation. So I would hope that somebody can come up with logical answers to what is the correct information to work on.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Helen Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say I totally agree with the motion put forward by the Labour Party, because I've had my doubts about the workings and the formula that the Boundary Commission brought forward. More and more cuts are being made on us all from central government. It's putting more and more pressure. I don't know about everybody else, but 24 hours a day is just not even long enough to cope with everything that's happening at the moment. I know other councils have said exactly the same to me. So there's more and more pressure being put on local members. Local members are needed more than ever to defend the public and human rights of the residents. I also don't agree with these figures, because they're only speaking about people that are registered, as has been said over there with my Labour colleagues, but there's no mention of the children. It's only the actual people that are going to vote. Well, we're actually in charge of everyone in the county, the unregistered, the children, and the actual figure for the population in Lincolnshire is well over 700,000. Well, on their figures for 2021, they still only have 500,065. So exactly elected. But where there's actually 700 real people at the moment living in the county, we're still responsible for all those people. We don't just say, okay, are you registered? I'll work for you. We look after everyone. I also feel this is going to take us into the next 15 years. There's a lot of houses, 25 to 45,000 going to be built by 2036. There's more and more people move up from down south to live in Lincolnshire because of our excellent schools, wonderful way of life in the countryside. They want to raise their children in the countryside. And I specifically feel this is not sustainable, this move. And there's about 250,000 more people moved into the UK to use it as their domiciliary home now. The figures just do not add up. And I feel this is more and more an affront on the democracy of the UK. I think we've got to make a stand, and we've definitely got to protect the electorate. And we can only do that by having enough members. And I fully support the Labour motion of 77. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm becoming more and more convinced that we're not very good at sums in this country. We can't count. You know, we can't count them in. We can't count them out. We have all these. We have all these different ways, all these different methodologies of calculating populations and electorate and population growth. Having said all that, I instinctively believe in reducing government. I instinctively believe that we do need to reduce the number of councillors generally, and that I would personally support a reduction of county councillors to 71. But I'd love to see some agreed numbers behind that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Trollope-Bellew.
Chairman, when the Boundary Commission came, I did ask them, are they going to put right this time the mistakes they made in 2000? Because they created Stamford West, 4,800. And this is one of the reasons why we're back here again. I mean, there are some divisions that have got 8,500, 9,000 electorate. They've had one look at it, they haven't got it right. I hope this time they will. 71 seems the right number to me. I'm sorry, Councillor Payne, I can't agree with 68, because if you have an even number, you could get a hung council. Whereas in, you could, I didn't say you would, Councillor Hough, I said you could. But isn't it a pity that Westminster, when they said that they were going to reduce the number of MPs down there, still haven't done anything about it? Shouldn't they lead from the top? 650. They tell everybody else that there should be fewer of them. We've had turkeys voting for Christmas. I think it is rather appropriate. I cannot support the amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Robin Renshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't think I'd have to speak, but never mind. I'd support Helen Powell in talking about the electorate, the population that's missed off. If every council looks at their workload, a lot of the workload features with children, you know, schools, transport to schools, etc. And we are representing, we're all corporate parents for all the children in our care. So they're not counted any figures. So the figures are false in the first place. And any decision that's taken based on false information and deliberately biased towards getting the answers that the government want will have to be revisited in the future, as Councillor Trollope-Bellew said. And here we are again, and it won't be sorted out now. I can guarantee that. It will have to be revisited. All it's doing is keeping Jobsworth in a non-job and providing a smokescreen to cover the real issues facing the country, because there are far more serious issues in my book, because the amount saved is very questionable. There is, however, some work for the Boundary Commission to do, because I'll just relate the story of my own division. I have been visiting Lincoln North and Carlton Boulevard area in particular. And one area there is called St Augustine's Road. When I come out of St Augustine's Road, I look over the road and there's part of the estate which is in West Lindsey. And the road is the dividing line. But when I turn to my right, it's Lincoln East. The 3 or 4 hours there, Lincoln East. I turn to my left on St Augustine's Road and there's 4 houses there, which is in West Lindsey. We turn the corner into the first left, which is Ploughman's Court, and the 3 houses down there and the other side of the road, which is West Lindsey. Turn again, 3 more houses in West Lindsey. Go into the Ploughman's Walk, and there are 6 houses which are City Council. So can you imagine that on Dustbin Day, we get 2 lorries down there covering the same area? What a nonsense. I mean, and when you canvass the area, people are saying, who are you canvassing for? Is this City Council or West Lindsey? And it brings the whole council and local accountability and democracy in disrepute. So for that alone, we will need to revisit it in the future. So I'll leave it there, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Alison Austin.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a little bit disappointed that the motion has actually come from the administration as such, rather than from the working party, because as we have these amendments, it does seem that party politics is creeping in. However, now moving on to the matter itself, right, the figures are questionable. I queried very, very early on, as some people will be aware, the data for my own area, where next year apparently there's going to be a smaller electorate. I was told, oh, the demographics have changed. I know damn well the demographics have not changed. I haven't been out shooting all the old people and sort of bringing in lots of children. However, I do realise, having looked at the new electoral roll that's been issued within my wearing my district councillor hat, that there are a lot of people, not of properties where apparently no one lives or no one is registered. However, that then is something that I probably, as a district councillor, will be seeing if I can address, because we have to get, it's our duty to get the population, the adult population, to engage with the whole idea of being on the electoral list. We can't force them to come out and vote, but we would like them to engage with the system. Right, putting the figures aside, then that's what we've got to deal with ourselves, I think. Geography is important, I think. If you look at the family of councils, possibly the only one that you could compare us with is Cumbria. They have things called mountains. We've got waterways with no bridges, which sometimes means it's very difficult to travel from one part of a community to another. So sometimes equality is not very easy. However, I do accept that we have to make savings, and also we have to try and remove disparities between divisions. Although I would have perhaps preferred 75, and I found at the last minute it seems to have changed to 71, I will be supporting that. As a mathematician, I can see it's got the smallest standard deviation, so I will be supporting 71, a move to 71 councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Marriott.
Really looking forward to my Christmas dinner after listening to all this. I often wonder, Mr. Chairman, quite why we spend so much time on things like that. It reminds me of the famous story about, is it experts or statisticians? A statistician uses statistics rather like a drunkard uses a lamppost for support rather than illumination. And quite frankly, that's what we've heard today. I agree entirely with Councillor Nev Jackson. We don't know what the figures are. I do take exception to Councillor Payne's statement. Listening to Councillor Payne, you'd almost thought that civilization only began when he became a county councillor. As if we haven't been debating these issues, Chris, for many, many years when you were still a member of another party and running your tackle shop. The fact is that I resent being the inference that there are some of us here who are not quite up to standard. We're all here for the same reason, hopefully, to serve the people we represent. And one of the problems we do have, Mr. Chairman, is that we don't all represent the same sort of area. I mean, I'm quite lucky in that I can get out of my house, walk across the road, there's my division. You know, all the houses in there are fairly neatly packed. I would hate to be someone like poor old Hugo Marfleet trying to represent an area like he does. So one of the arguments about equalisation, Mr. Chairman, should be to do with the fact that we make it as, in other words, we look at the easy it is to get around your area. And obviously, if you live in Lincoln, you live in Highcombe, it's pretty straightforward. So I think there's quite a strong logic to actually reduce the number of councillors. But the biggest single thing we've got, ladies and gentlemen, is this isn't going to last 15 years. I predict now that once whichever government gets into power or collection of parties, there's going to be a massive reorganisation of local government. And I think that a lot of the arguments that we're currently having about why are districts different from counties, etc., will be swept away. There will be less councils, there'll be less councillors, and hopefully they'll be financed so that those councillors can actually be properly remunerated so that we can attract some younger people into our councils instead of, you know, overweight, overage people like me who basically should have retired years ago but have clung on, but have clung on to a modicum of sanity by being elected several times for councils. We desperately need new people, but we've got to pay them so they can give up work, so they can actually give us the time and expertise that we need. So I must say, I probably wasted 3 minutes of your time, but I hope you've enjoyed it. I'd like to wish you all a happy Christmas and a very prosperous new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. And I'll say very quickly, happy Christmas to everyone while I've got the chance. I've been involved working with the Boundary Commission at South Kesteven District Council in my group leader capacity. And I have to support Councillor Parker's comments regarding the statistics and the inconsistencies. What actually happened in SKDC, as members here will be aware, was actually the Boundary Commission didn't agree with our working party's efforts, who followed all of the rules that they'd originally put forward to our members. And in fact, what actually happened was they came up with a solution which two people had come forward with, which broke nearly all their rules, resulted in the breakup of a parish, and ended up with a boundary line now that almost looks like it's gone around somebody's dress, rather than actually following any logical logic at all. So I would support the concerns raised. And just to give you one example, we were told they couldn't take into account at all the 7,000 new houses being built in Grantham at the time, because they couldn't predict what actually would happen in the future. And it seems to me there's a great deal of fuzziness occurring around what they will and won't actually take into account that can't help any of us. So I would like to support the position of Councillor Parker and say let's just revisit this and let's question these figures. But I really take issue with UKIP's position, and if they'd like to volunteer to leave today, very happy for you to do so, to make that, but you know, to save some money, no problem. The point is that we represent people who need access to us, not all of whom have got cars, not all of whom have even got telephones in my case. And I will give you just one example of a case recently with somebody with mental health issues who was facing homelessness, and children were involved. I spent 40 hours on that one case alone in my community. I didn't have geographical issues. I was lucky there. They could have also been across a parish, a rural parish. I also think I would just like to pick up something Ned said. I don't think our rural communities are actually against development. My experience on the planning committee actually is what they want is sensitive development that supports their needs. So there is also a potential for growth within our rural communities that we have to consider. So I really would ask you to consider the motion by the Labour group and Councillor Parker and support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burt Kearmarsh.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've been, some would use the word patiently with me, but that doesn't apply. I have been listening very carefully to what you have all been saying, and I think that, to use the phrase, there's a huge elephant in this room. It is important to consider how many councils we're going to have, but I think we have to look more carefully over what's going to happen to this council and the other 352 in this country over the next two governments, because it's going to take that long. My colleague, Councillor Marriott, alluded to the huge changes that are coming. Unitaries is a word that isn't mentioned very often, but we can't ignore it. We do so at our peril. Out of those numbers of councils, there are many who are fourth options, so-called committee systems, others are strong cabinets, others are strong mayors. But we have to remember that the Boundary Commission has the final say in this. It happened at West Lindsay, and in parting, I'll remind you all of what did happen. We lost one seat. We went from 37 to 36. But more importantly, we lost a style that was antiquated and cumbersome because we were actually forced to change from election by thirds, and a number of councils have that, to every 4-year elections. This made it more efficient. It made the electorate wiser in understanding exactly what was going to happen every 4 years. There were no more questions, no more political jockeying, no more playing with numbers. So all I'm saying to you is that I respect all of your opinions, and in many senses it's very difficult to know which is right. What is the right thing to do? But you have to be some kind of a prophet or a sage to really understand that. So I'm saying that let us, in whatever decision we make today, consider the larger sense of what's going to happen over the next 2 governments and maybe even longer. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Wood.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it strikes me we're in danger of overcomplicating the issue, really. I mean, we're making a recommendation to the Boundary Commission, and it seems fairly sensible in its simplistic form. We've got a reduction of the council service, there's a reduction in the budget, staffing reductions. We should therefore put a reduction forward in the number of members. So I think quite simple. It's as simple as that, and I don't think getting involved in the numbers of electorate and that, it's just complicating the issue. So to me, I'm quite happy with supporting the reduction to 71. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Kirk.
Thank you very much. I think, how can I start this? Politics means relating to citizens. I got involved in politics because I wanted to represent the people in my ward. I wanted to give them a voice. And that's what democracy is about. Democracy is about giving the people that you represent a voice. And that's why I am going to speak about somebody that was here in 348 BC. And you might wonder why I would be doing that and in support of Councillor Parker's amendment. Well, I would say that I would say that they're both very wise, and I'd like to, because I do like quotes, and I'd like to say this quote: "If liberty and equality, as is thought by some chiefly to be found in democracy, they will be best attained when all persons alike have share in government to the utmost." And to me, that's what it's about. It's about giving representation to the people, and the people in Lincoln. The population, as we all know, is growing. There's more building, there's more housing need. We have students in Lincoln. We have a growing population in Lincolnshire, and all people need to be represented and their voice to be heard in this chamber. I deal with complex cases in my ward. I deal with all types of cases. I deal as a councillor on both councils, and I am very proud to represent the people. I came into politics for that reason. I'm sure a lot of you here did. Therefore, we need to have that representation in the council, and I can't understand why you'd want to reduce that representation, because that's what politics is about. Politics is about that representation of the people. Democracy is beautiful, and that's why we are here. We want to give a positive statement of what we do, not negativity, cut. It's about what we can do. It's about how we can represent the people, and that's the way I feel about politics, and I'm sure a lot of you feel about that here. So why is there some kind of logical sense to, therefore services have cut, therefore people's voice won't be heard? For example, in the libraries debate, that was the people of Lincolnshire saying we don't agree with the council and what it's doing. Well, I would say that the people, a lot of the people, 24,000 people, were saying that they didn't actually agree with the council. Therefore, we represent the people and their voices. So why do you feel that there is a need to reduce that representation?
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks.
Councillor Redshaw.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I'd like to say that the statistics are wrong, absolutely wrong. Just in my own division, for example, which is projected to decrease, I think we've got about 3 massive housing estates actually already granted permission. So that's crazy to suggest that those figures are wrong. So why am I going to vote for 71? Well, the reason is quite simply because we have got to take the cuts like everyone else. Every division has got to take those cuts. Now, my own division is something like 9,000. So even with the change to 71, all councillors will be better off than I am at the moment. I have to work very hard in my particular division. I've actually walked and knocked on every door in my division twice. 9,000 voters, that's a lot of work. And I'm afraid that councillors have got to learn to work a bit harder, because we've got to give as well as the officer corps are giving, as well as the electorate out there are giving, because you can guarantee if you ask 10 people, 9 of them would want to reduce councillor numbers. And that's the truth of the matter, that we can't continue with the amount of councillors that we've got and the amount of money that we're spending, regardless of what the figures say. We've all got to learn to work a bit harder and a bit smarter. And modern communications allow us to do that. 70–80% of my work is done through emails. It's really quite convenient. And those that haven't got emails or access to, I will go and visit and knock on the door and talk to them. And I know if there's a problem because I've already knocked on the door twice. So that's what we've got to learn to do. Just get out and do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I came into this chamber on this particular issue with an absolute open mind, and I've listened to what's been said. I've listened to Councillor Hill, Councillor Mayor, Councillor Parker, Councillor Chris Payne in what they've said. And I'm going to have to go with the 77 from the Labour group, purely because it says somewhere in a very famous book, you should not build your house on a sandy ground. How can we build this proposition on something which is shaky as figures that don't add up? So that is my problem with this. My also other problem, parochially in my area, we have hidden populations. People who live for 9 months of the year in caravans, who are not registered to vote in our area, not registered with their doctors, etc. But I don't ignore them when they complain to me about potholes or hedges overgrown or whatever. So the problem I have is not with the council and what people have said. My problem is with the Boundary Commission. The Boundary Commission should be coming to us with facts and figures that stack up. We need to make a decision based on accurate figures, not on somebody's interpretation of different statistics. So that is why I'm going to take the safety option, which is to stick with the 77 until someone can come to us with the correct figures. I'd also like to say that it's great to be a Lincolnshire independent with the emphasis on the independent, because you will see that our little group will be voting different ways on this, I'm sure. I'd like to see if any other party member votes different ways on this one. It'll be very interesting to watch. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Brockwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, this is a very interesting debate, and I think that the comments on all sides are valid and very valuable. I don't believe that this is about reducing representation. I'm going to vote for the 71, and I've thought about this long and hard. I think Councillor, I can't remember his name, Hunter Clark, is absolutely right in what he says, that we have to take our hit as well. We're asking people all over the country to reduce. But I think in our case also, there's another element that we need to be looking at, and that is to look at the efficiency of the way that we work. It's not just a case of cutting, it is a case of streamlining. And I think there is a very strong case here for when we actually make our decision about the way this goes. If we reduce our numbers, we need to have a very close look at our own efficiencies. Officers are appraised, we're not. I've never been appraised to see whether my performance as a councillor is any good or not. Now, interestingly, the electors tell me what they think, obviously, but I think that there are perhaps finer points that could be looked at. I've recently set up of my own accord some mentoring of my performance as a county councillor to see where I can improve. And actually, I have found a number of efficiencies which would either give me a choice of reducing my workload or of improving the way I deal with that workload. So I think as far as quality is concerned, Councillor Payne, it's not a case of perhaps improving the quality of the councillor, but certainly offering to us ways of improving the quality of the work that we offer in some cases. And I don't think there's anybody who can say that they can never improve. We have very fine councillors here in all parties, but it's worth looking at the way we put our work forward and present ourselves to the community to see constantly if that can be improved. So not about reducing representation. I agree absolutely with Rosie over there about democracy, but it is, I think, time for us to share in the pain that other people are feeling as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Parker. Wait. Oh, right. Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Like colleagues all around the chamber, I've listened to the debates and listened to different elements that have been put forward in relation to that debate. I certainly have a great deal of problems with the figures that we're being asked to use by the Boundary Commission. My division is over 8,000 electorate. There's 400 houses in Sleaford under construction at this moment in time. So, you know, that is another 400 or 500 voters. And certainly in my division, there is a planning permission being approved and is under development for another 1,600 houses. And that takes my my division well into perhaps 10,000, I would think. It's not being reflected in these figures, and I don't think that's very good for the county, our council as a whole. I don't think it's very good to have figures that show the population of Lincolnshire is only increasing by 2.3% compared to other councils, county councils nearby in the 8%. I don't think that does any good at all in promoting the council. Or in getting grants, or or showing what the pressures are that the council is facing. I think it has to be addressed, and we have to actually test the Boundary Commission in relation to that, because it's just not good. And that's really what worries me more than anything else. You know, we can all work harder if we want smaller numbers. We can always all promote different numbers for different reasons, and generally party political ones. I would really abstain here because I don't think there's enough information to actually make a conscious, good quality decision in relation to this. But that's not an option either. So I'm going to support the status quo until somebody actually addresses the issues that face the decision making in relation to this item and gets some proper information and actually puts that forward into view.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Jones.
I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned is the fact that all of what we've discussed makes an assumption that the number of councillors we've got now is the right number. I would suggest it's not. You know, when I came here, I was genuinely surprised at the number of councillors, and I know it's a very big county, so I know the areas that people cover. But regardless of the quality of the figures, and clearly there are some question marks over that, I would have to say, if there were 71 of us sat in here now, would we be having a less meaningful debate? Would we be making, you know, less qualitative decisions? I doubt, depending who those 71 are. And that's ultimately down to the electorate. So I don't really see that we have an issue in reducing to 71 on that basis. Lincoln's been mentioned, and obviously a district council is a very different animal. There is a finite number of councillors needed to be able to dispense the business. You can't have an effective controlling group and opposition if you only had one district councillor in each area. It'd be very difficult with Lincoln only having 11 councillors to do that. So clearly that's why we have this situation where in Lincoln we have 11 districts, but we only have 10 county divisions. So you've got 33 councillors covering an area that 10 county councillors cover. So they aren't really easily compared, because there is that difference. I mean, ultimately, I think what we need to understand is that the Boundary Commission is very much like Father Christmas. You can write your submission to them as to what you would like, but you will wake up one morning and you have got what you're given. And there's an element of that going to happen. So whatever we debate in here, we need to come up with as good an answer as we can, but it doesn't mean that's what we're going to get. And I think we need to accept that and work for the betterment of the county as well as we can within whatever constraints we're provided. And I'll certainly rise to that challenge, as I'm sure everybody in here will.
Thank you. Councillor Jessen. Yep. Councillor Mrs Brown. Yep. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, we've had a wide-ranging and quite a good debate, I think, about the issues here. Could I just clarify one thing that Mrs Overton said, that there was a consensus of the working group? There was never a consensus. One of the jobs of the working group was to explore the possibilities of a consensus. That never actually took part. It came near to a consensus, but never arrived. So just need to be quite clear on that. And obviously...
Thank you. Just a point of order. I didn't say that the working group had a consensus. What I did say was that the group leaders came to a consensus that if we could put a consensus view forward, that would be the strongest and we'd be better able to get support from the Boundary Commission. So that's where it was. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs Overton said earlier, but I'll move on. I think also we need to remember that the recommendations are in front of you. I was actually slightly misleading by accident. We can make one decision, and that's whether we actually vote to just have single member wards. So the recommendation in front of members is if we vote that through, the Boundary Commission is obliged to follow that. So I'm strongly recommending that we do that, because I think multi-member wards are very inappropriate for a wide dispersed county like Lincolnshire. Moving on to the debate, I do think that the Boundary Commission did give us those who had the briefing from them, they were very clear that in their opinion, and that there are some figures in all your packs, comparisons with other councils, and I think you go from Gloucestershire, which has 59 members, to Cumbria, which has 84, but they were pointedly telling us, certainly the group leaders, that they felt that we were out of kilter and we had too many councillors in effect. So I think a clear steer from the decision maker is that they are seriously expecting a reduction. And frankly, if people don't vote for that reduction, and if the council hadn't voted for that reduction, I think we're pretty clear that we're almost inviting the Boundary Commission to make their own decision for us. The comparison is an important one, and I think I would agree with them that on average we are overrepresented on their terms. I think the cost and I think the two most valid points I thought was Chris Bruce's about their mindset, which is a calculation, and the average is right, and 71 actually is the best one for them. And so in a sense, if we want to get them to not go below 71, we're probably best going for that as well. So I think that's yes, sorry. Oh.
The best fit at 71 is only based on the figures that we've got. If you change the figures, then 71 is not necessarily the best fit. We don't know what it would be until we knew what the agreed figures would be. I only say that to help.
It is only the best fit on the figures which the Boundary Commission have produced. So the cost is the other issue, and I think the point, I won't reiterate the point about that everywhere else is having cuts, and I think it's a bit bizarre if the councillors say, oh no, we should be exempt. There is a cost implication, and if you said each of us cost the taxpayer 15,000 each, if you add our allowances and all the support we get, I think that's reasonable. So on the proposal we're making, that would be £100,000 saving of a 15,000. So I think that is not a huge amount of money, but it's significant, and it's something we should take as well. But also, we are still two-tier. So as people have said, there are other councils as well in areas where we actually can support each other. Technology is a key issue which was mentioned. Actually, on that, I've actually had now some advice about pop-up from the monitoring officer, who's obviously got some advice from somewhere else, and that just demonstrates how quickly now you can deal with it, because these days a lot of stuff is done by email constituency. And it is true, but the Boundary Commission explicitly stated that we can use models such as pop groups, but that the council must also expect officers preparing forecast to reflect ONS and national forecast, which is what, in other words, use our model, please, what we're doing. I think the other thing is, I read carefully Rob Parker's submission, and I think we all agree that the figures are very much up to debate. But I think it doesn't actually make a lot of difference when you actually add it up, because under Rob Parker, Councillor Parker's figures, the population would be 590,000 in Lincolnshire, as opposed to the 565,000 that the model that the Boundary Commission want. If you actually work that out, that actually means that if there were 590, we'd all be representing not very many more people than we currently do. So, 300. So instead of representing 7,500, we'd represent 7,800. So in the scheme of things, it actually, although it's very good to look at the figures, in the scheme of things, it doesn't really make a lot of difference if we actually add it out. So we've got to make a decision today to recommend something to the Boundaries Commission. We've got to give our officers a steer as to what case they need to make up. So I clearly recommend, of the three options which are now on the table, which is 68, 71 or 77, obviously we'll have a vote, but certainly I would recommend to the council that they go for the 71 option in this instance. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We'll take vote on the amendment from Councillor Penn. Those in favour? Those against? Yeah. And then on Councillor Parker's amendment, those in favour? Those against? Okay. Finally, a vote on the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Item 10, the Audit Committee.
Are we also going to resolve on single member divisions as the lead? Because if it needs it, I will second his suggestion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's agreed within the motion. Okay. Item 10, the Audit Committee Annual Report, a report by the Executive Director of Finance Public Protection has been circulated. Is there a mover and a seconder? Yeah.
I will propose that the Audit Committee Annual Report is noted, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'd like to second the receipt of the Audit Committee Annual Report for 2014, please.
Thank you. Item 11, corporate parenting strategy. Yeah, sorry.
Actually, take the opportunity just to speak to the paper, just as this is the first time
Yeah.
that an audit committee have presented it. I'd like to just have
Yes.
5 minutes if that was possible. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I won't keep members unduly long on this particular item. Obviously, as you can, could I have the microphone, Mr. Chairman, please? Thank you. Thank you. So I won't keep everybody's attention too long on this one. Obviously, the Audit Committee is a very important aspect of the Council's committee structure outside the executive, and it is a non-political committee, and I do thank all those members of the committee for all their hard work during the year, and this details what we've done and what we're going to look to do in the future. And also I'd like to thank our internal audit staff as well, who are a tremendous asset to us and actually to the council as a whole. And as members may be aware, they do actually sell services to other districts and other authorities as well. So they are a revenue earner for the authority. So as I've said in my foreword, the Audit Committee really is to play a watchdog role in terms of promoting good governance and demonstrating accountability in the council. That is really, really important. And so moving on to the statistical part of the analysis on the paper from page 3 onwards. On the review of the year, one of the key documents that we produced during the year is looking at the annual governance statement, which again, very important document, and that's That's reviewed by our external auditors as well, who we have a good partnership working with. And we've got to sort of look to the future to maintain our good governance, I think has been highlighted earlier on in our meeting. We've got the issues of integrating health and social care with our executive member here, Mrs Woolley, very important on public health. And responding also to the care and support bills, lots of changes coming through for adult social care. With the financial constraints that we were undoubtedly going to face, and we've heard that through our leader and other members. And we've got to look at our capacity to deliver issues and also the future delivery of support services. Again, safeguarding children, a very important issue, and education, and also lessons learned from things like the JR that obviously is going to go through the executive process in due course. But obviously here we look at risk management and all the other things associated with that. And obviously it really is important as well that one part of the audit committee's work is to look at counter fraud. And obviously the council recovered £450,000 in 2013-14 from such work. And again, as I said before, we're working in conjunction with the external auditors to look at our financial reporting and everything as well. And again, a big thank you to our senior managers who and directors who came to be questioned by the audit committee at our last meeting. It's very, very informative. Again, looking at issues like the capacity to deliver and changes that we're going to be facing over the next several years in terms of different ways of working, commissioning and those sort of things. So again, I would recommend this to you. Obviously it's for noting, but auditing itself is obviously quite dry. The audit committee may sound quite a dry subject, but it really is important. And just a very quick note before I finish, and to say, obviously within the audits, I think our partnerships are really important as well. If you just sort of forgive me just for popping one thing in that isn't actually included in this, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to thank our partners in ESPO, who I'm actually, myself and Councillor Ransom are on their management committee. But today, one of our colleagues, Mr. John Randall, unfortunately was his funeral today, which Sue and I couldn't attend because we were here. But I'd just like, from my point of view, I'm from Sue's, and through the Lincolnshire County Council, to thank him for all his hard work on that particular enterprise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thanks. You touched briefly in your report, and thank you for that, on the organisational learning around the library's judicial review. I know that there's an internal inquiry taking place at the moment, and certainly lessons need to be learned, and I'm sure that Nick will be looking very seriously at this in relation to how did we get ourselves into a situation where we were taken to judicial review, we were found not to have acted appropriately, cost money. And I just wondered if you could tell us something about where it is at the moment, because I was interviewed as part of that inquiry some months ago, and if you could just fill us in with the up-to-date position.
I mean, obviously, if you want the up-to-date position regarding the technical aspects on the judicial review, perhaps Councillor Worth would be the person to address that. And from the point of view of the audit committee, what we are looking at is
In your role as chair of the audit committee, yeah.
Asked the internal audit to do is look at the processes that led to the judicial review and the issues surrounding that, and we will have a report brought back to our committee in January regarding that. So we are, that is a serious piece of work that's being undertaken by internal audit, and obviously your colleague Councillor Jackson is part of our audit committee, and I can assure you we will look at that carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Those in favour? Yeah. Right. That's carried. Thank you. And we'll break for lunch. Thank you. 2 o'clock. We'll if we return for 2 o'clock. Thank you.
got some stuff in here I need to take with me.
I think I'll come back and get anything I need.
I hope nothing's going to go missing.
Oh, I've got... Oh,
That's the chairman, really. Too late writing Christmas cards now, young Helen.
I know.
That's disgusting. Are you up or not?
I felt I just had to say that because it's eroding democracy.
Anyway, if you want to make phasing, it's
I'm going to take it back. I always tend to be...
All right, I'll go have some lunch now.
Go on. Right, item 11. Item 11, Incorporating Parenting Strategy, a report by the Chief Director of Children's Services has been circulated. Councillor Bareford.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you very much for the lunch. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get time to have a slight rest. You've called me to attention straight away, so on we go. The corporate parenting strategy that's in front of you now has been developed by elected members and officers. I have to say that's taken quite a considerable length of time, but we are now happy with that. The intention of the strategy is to raise the status and profile of the corporate parenting responsibilities all elected members hold for looked after children and care leavers. This is a statutory requirement. The strategy seeks to ensure that wherever possible, looked after children and care leavers are championed by all elected members, and barriers which prevent them achieving their best outcomes are removed. Elected members will be invited to attend development days, training events, and will be asked to identify a champion on each of the council's committees to represent the interests of looked after children and care leavers. The strategy provides focus and direction for our work to deliver our corporate parenting responsibilities in a meaningful and measurable way for our looked after children and care leavers. I move the County Council approve the corporate parenting strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. And have we a seconder? Thank you.
Corporate parenting is one of the most important things that all 77 of us currently do. And it is to try and raise the awareness and involvement of all of us in this process as parents that this corporate strategy is put before you today. It is quite difficult for us as councillors to think that we can actually influence what social workers are doing directly with those children. Nonetheless, we are responsible, like our own children. We are responsible for what happens to those children and for their success or failures at school and in their life in the future. And what this strategy is trying to do is to actually strongly emphasize that link that we all have, all 77 of us, with the children that we as a council look after. And so within this document, there is a plan that each one of us, all 77 of us, will engage at some point each year with people who are directly involved with looking after our children. And I think that's what's really important. We're not saying this strategy is the end of it. We're saying it's really the beginning of it. It's taken us a long time to get to where we are with this strategy today. But we hope that all of you will engage and be involved in ensuring that the children we look after have the very best chance of life in the future and success at school. Because that's exactly what we would do with our own children. And we have the same responsibility for the children that we as a council look after. So I urge you to support this and to be involved with it, because I think it is so important as we as councillors, but more importantly, for those children who we look after, who are now at a record over 600 children that we look after. So I plead with you, A, to support it, but B, to get engaged as this strategy proposes over the coming 12 months and then in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Any against? No, it's carried. Item 12, the review of the Constitution. Report by the monitoring officer has been circulated.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this is another item which has been dealt with by a working group. So the working group has been looking at the Constitution, and I think they came to broad agreement on most items which were needed to be changed for the council. I believe there is more review to come, I understand. So this isn't the final version, but there are some sections here. The one item which is, so I think I could clearly recommend that most of the recommendations are accepted. There is one area where there has been some discussion and difference, and I think the working group came up with some proposals which then the Overview and Scrutiny Committee as parent committee came up with a slightly different set of proposals. So we now come to the council. So what you see before you are the recommendations from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to this council, which are not quite the same as what the working group was organising. So there is an amendment here which I'm proposing, which has been circulated, and just there is a change to that which I would just like you to take note of. On page 9, it's suggesting that it's from the reduced from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, because currently it's 3 minutes. When somebody comes and presents a petition, they get 3 minutes. I think the recommendation was that, get confused here, I think the Overview and Scrutiny recommended 5 minutes, and I think today we are going to support that recommendation. So my view is on... Yes.
I think the leader is right. It is currently 3 minutes for those who present a petition, but those who present a petition of more than 3,500 signatures currently have the opportunity, currently are allowed to speak for 5 minutes, not 3. The Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee actually wanted to increase it so that all petitioners had 5 minutes. If I might, thank you.
Helpful. So I'm at the moment just focusing on people who just come and present a petition without any debate. So in terms of the amendment which has been put forward, I think I would like to change that. So on paragraph 3 on page 9, it will be 5 minutes. So my view, I follow advice, is that second bullet point can just be removed, because then the recommendation effectively will be that if somebody comes, 2 people sign a signature, sign a note, they can then come and they will be entitled to speak for 5 minutes. That's the intention, Chairman. The other one, which will be contentious, I know, is that the amendment then proposes that the ability to anybody to petition this council to have a 15-minute debate at the beginning of the council be removed. And I know that will be the item which will trigger some debate. Aside from that, I think there is that's the one major item which there will be difference. My understanding is everything else with the alteration to the 5 minutes is agreed. So that is so people understand that is in reality the net effect of what's being proposed today. So I wait comments, Chairman.
Do you have a seconder?
Chairman, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Parker.
What we have before us, I'm proposed to move an amendment to page 9.3 and the 4th bullet point, but it will be now the 3rd because we've already removed one of them according to Martin's amendment. So number 3 on this page 9 suggests that we remove the minimum number of signatures required for a petition to be submitted. Okay, reduce to 2 minutes is gone. Replace the option stays, but the real amendment is to say delete, remove the option for a petition to trigger a debate. In other words, that means restore it to where it was. So if I remove something that's down here to be removed, just for clarity, then we want to keep that. Okay. Now, Martin's moved the paper, but didn't say why he wanted to remove the option. Okay, you had the opportunity, just took it for granted that you thought it was a good idea. The history of this is that when we had the working group on the Constitution, I wasn't able to make the meeting, so I said, a bit similar to the issue that was before us today on the Constitution and the boundary changes, is really, let's leave it all alone because the petition scheme seems to be working fine. Anyway, what happened is the working group, without myself, read the paper and then ignored it and said, okay, we've thought about it very clearly, but we don't want to get rid of it. Okay, so we then went to Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I'm not saying it, the oratory of Phil Dilks and myself managed to persuade Overview and Scrutiny Committee, but that's what happened. Now we're back in the council chamber. as exactly as it was wanted by the Conservatives in the first place. And I can't see why there is this issue. And we had the opportunity to hear either Martin or Martin too comment on why you want to remove the option for a petition to trigger debate, but neither of you spoke. So, excuse me, at some point, somebody ought to be justifying it. And when you move a proposal, there is an expectation on all of us that we get a reason for it. I don't want to think it's about removing the right of people to debate issues, because I'm sure that we're all open. We don't think 15 minutes is a long period of time. It does provide an opportunity for councillors, for example, on big important issues. If we take the library closures, I know I don't want to keep on coming back to it, but I'm using it as an example, is that if you're not on the scrutiny committee, you can't speak, okay? Not everybody can speak. When do you get the chance to voice your opinion about an issue? Just when do you? Because the way that our council works now is that the executive take decisions, okay, that they were usually subject to pre-decision scrutiny, but if you're not on that scrutiny committee, then there isn't an easy opportunity, not certainly for everybody, to make their position clear. And one of the things that I think is important in democracy is the fact that the local councillor's voice must be heard at some stage, so that the people who elect him or her know exactly where they stand. And if you take the library closure, you wouldn't have had an opportunity to make your position known. So that, you know, this option to trigger a debate, nobody can say that it's been used carelessly, it's been overused. It does when there is a big debate. In other words, when 3,500 people think it's hot enough for it to be brought to this council with a petition, the person who moves the petition can speak, but the councillors can't. So, you know, I can't see any reason at all, given the fact that there has been no, what you might call, misuse of this option, for it not to stay. And I thought the petition scheme has worked pretty well, actually. And these amendments, other than that one, are pretty minor. So I would support the decision of the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee. I say that because, you know, there's a lot of people at that Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee meeting. You know, the chair, the vice chair, Councillor Brewis, Councillors Bridges, Brockaway, Brooks, Dilks, Haig, Jessen, Councillor Mrs Overton, myself, Anne Reynolds, and Martin. And the majority of people did actually support this. That's why it's here before us. Overview and Scrutiny Management did what we think is the right job, which is to scrutinise decisions. And we took the view that it was important that that stayed. So if scrutiny is going to mean something, I urge members to back the Overview and Scrutiny Committee and back the amendment, which allows a debate to take place on those big important matters where 3,500 people have signed a petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologise, I did intend, but I will make the case, the reasoning behind this. I did intend to do that beforehand, but I didn't. So I do apologise, but there is a reasoning behind it. And actually, Councillor Trott-Ballou also has reserved the right to speak, but I will lay it out. And I apologise, I should have laid out a bit more at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Jackie Brockway.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As a member of the Working Party, in fact, I have to tell Councillor Parker we didn't ignore anything. He was unable to come on that day, but he put forward his ideas. An officer read them out to us, and we didn't just consider them as a lump, we considered them one by one very carefully and gave them all due weight and respect. Now, I found this particular issue very difficult to decide on. We probably talked about this for more than an hour because there are several issues to think about. One is what is very best for the person who is coming forward, and also we don't want to create a negative perception of the council's reaction to people's hard work in collecting a petition and coming to us. I had initially wanted to remove the 15 minutes. I listened to Councillor Parker. His views were perfectly reasonable. I was reasonably happy with them. But the more and more that I think about this, I'm very worried about this 15 minutes because what it does, it gives a false perception to the petitioner. They sit there, they've done a huge amount of work, they come forward with their petition and we talk about it. We have done no research because we don't know what they're going to say. We have done no preparation. We will have read the petition, or some of us will know, but a lot of us won't. And something as important as people going around houses and signing, we're saying you've got 15 minutes, big deal. My final feeling on this is that it's disrespectful. I think the petitioners deserve more. We could go out and kick and scream and say, oh, we're stifling democracy, but the fact is we're not. We're raising this to the status of other issues. We're saying that it deserves to go to an executive member. It deserves to have a paper and go to a scrutiny committee, not just overview and scrutiny, but the appropriate scrutiny committee where any member can go along and can ask the chairman's permission to speak. So, you know, and also it's very possible to put your opinions forward and to lobby. So to say that we're excluded, I'm afraid I don't think is right. So it's nothing to do with stifling democracy or stifling people's opportunity. It's about increasing it, increasing respect, increasing the depth of understanding that we give to these petitions so that we can look at them over time and consider them with proper thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just go back? Was there a seconder for your motion, Councillor?
I'd like to formally second Councillor Parker's amendment and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to support Councillor Parker's amendment. I do feel very strongly that we need to give the right messages at this time as much as any. Saying that we were taking away a particular ability for the public to allow a debate, to initiate a debate by this council, and taking that power away would be seen as a retrograde step for most people. To say that, well, you're replacing it with the councillor can go and can put it on the agenda, well, that's true, but the councillor may not agree. They may not wish to, which leaves the public unable to do anything about it. Also, if we say that it goes to an executive or a scrutiny, well, that's true, that can happen already. But again, the difficulty is that they may not be allowed to speak at the scrutinies. We've experienced that before. And also, it doesn't actually give them the opportunity to see the whole debate for 77 members. So I actually think those other things that have been mentioned that could be done are done and can be done. There's nothing stopping that happening now. The only thing that's being proposed by Councillor Hill is actually to remove that one particular power of the public to be able to initiate a debate of this full council. As regards making it raising false expectations, sometimes I think that's true. They do feel that their expectations have been falsely raised. But is it because there was only a 15-minute debate? Or is it because they actually thought that people's minds were set before they began and that they weren't open-minded about the issue? Because that is one of the things that makes members of the public feel disengaged and not heard, and that their expectations were falsely raised. So I think that we could improve the process if we wanted by making sure that the 15-minute debate does have a formal proposal and that there is an actual vote on it. There's nothing to stop you doing that. There's nothing to stop us making sure that proper papers are done in advance. The petitions come in 10 days in advance. There's nothing to stop us getting papers ready in that time and circulated, ready for a proper debate. And as the chairman knows, there are also opportunities to extend the debate were that to be considered reasonable and a sensible way forward. So all of those things that have been put forward as reasons for not going with this, I think can be countered. And I do feel very uncomfortable with giving out the wrong message to the public about removing a power that they currently have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marriott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very much in favour of people being allowed to present petitions to this council. However, as has always been said very eloquently by Mrs Brockway, what ensues from that is a 15-minute debate. Now, if you allow 3 minutes per person, that's 5 people. It's hardly a proper debate, is it? And if you don't know what on earth the issues are until you get to the meeting, how capable are you of putting forward an argument for or against? The best place to do this is either in executive or in scrutiny, or in whichever committee is responsible for it. For example, this morning we had a very eloquent plea from the gentleman in Burgh le Marsh for the road surface to be changed. What would have happened had we had a debate and suddenly we decided to change the surface? How much would that have cost?
Quite understand. There's the petitioners this morning. The petitioners this morning were presenting petitions that I assume were under 3,500 names. You only get a debate currently, or you're only entitled to the opportunity for a 15-minute debate if you get over 3,500. That's a substantial number, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm not disputing it. I'm just using the example of this morning. I mean, had it been a larger number of signatures, I understand. But the point I'm trying to make is that only allowing 15 minutes discussion on a petition which has probably taken a long time to raise and present is not doing justice to the cause. By all means, allow them to. Why not, as a compromise, allow a councillor, whether the local member or not, to second the petition? Because I'm assuming that, for example, the gentleman this morning, I know it wasn't sufficient numbers, would have had a local member who would have really advised him as to the best way forward. I just think that it's not fair to have a 15-minute discussion or debate on an issue. It's far better to refer it to the relevant committee where everybody has a right to attend and to speak if they ask permission of the chairman. That's all I'm saying. It's not really affecting their ability to get their point of view across. It's trying to do a better job once they've done it.
Thank you. Councillor John Hough.
Right. I don't understand this stuff about people not understanding. I mean, from Jackie Brocklebane and John Marriott, I mean, this is out of the Chris Payne Department of Democracy, whereby, you know, we're inadequate. Come on, we get the agendas, you get the option to know about it, and if you want to speak about it, you can find out about it. It's like every other subject on the agenda. We can say, you know, we don't know what we're talking about. You know, I mean, come on, grow up. It's about actually people being able to talk about an issue that the public have brought to the council. Now, we don't get many of them. We don't get many debates. I think there's only been 1 or 2 since the council were elected this time. There were 1 or 2 before that. You know, this just seems so petty. Why are we trying to stop members getting involved with issues that people have seriously concerned about and have got the courage up to come and speak to us? You know, it takes something for a member of the public to come and speak to us. We ought to respect that. Yeah. And if they've managed to get 3,500 signatures, and as someone who has tried to get signatures on a petition, it isn't easy, we ought to at least give them the right to have a chance for us to actually have a few words, for members to make some contribution. We're not taking a decision. It will still get referred to somewhere else. But come on, are we really in the business of depriving the public of 15 minutes out of, you know, a year to come and speak and for us to contribute to that debate? It just seems ludicrous and unfair and undemocratic. We should respect the public and welcome their opportunity to come and speak to us, and we should be willing to respond to that immediately. I accept that you can then look at it further later, but we should be in the position of being able to respond immediately to that and say, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, and we will support it when it comes to whatever committee or comes to the executive or whatever. We shouldn't be taking such a small public contribution to this council out of it for some unknown petty reason.
Thank you. Councillor Helen Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think I would like to say on this very important issue, because we are public servants and we're here to hear the public, how do we actually know about the issues and the strength of feeling behind them if the public are not allowed to bring them into this chamber. In this chamber, there's 77 of us all sat together, listening to the passion of the person presenting the petition. So we're all aware then of how important that is. I feel that it's a merchandising event for the members of the public. They have to come and sell us something that they feel is wrong. It's an issue and it needs putting right. And that merchandising opportunity can only take place if it's presented to all of us to take it on board. We're public servants. All they're asking, if they get 3,500 signatures, is a 15-minute debate, which we've had in here quite a few times. And in that debate, there's usually a trail set up with a proper and most appropriate procedure that will address the problem that has been presented to us. It's all very worthwhile. And in business, that would have to be a must in any boardroom. You simply cannot just say, oh, there's an issue, we don't want to hear it, or we don't. You've got to take this on board as a business, and that's the way forward. They're happy because they've seen, we've all heard it, we've talked about the trail that it's going to take through the various committees. And I have been to various committees, and I have been refused to ask a question at meetings, and I've also seen late papers be refused to be handed out. So I can't buy into that you just go to another meeting and ask to speak, because from my experience, that isn't always the case at one or two of those meetings. So I totally support my Labour colleagues again today over there, that it's the fairest way possible. We are public servants. We're not here to take away the democracy, and that move would be unsustainable for the good of the whole country if it were to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I say first, it was a welcome piece of information that smaller numbers of people could create petitions that would then be recognised by the council. I mean, the example being small hamlets where they've particularly got an issue, and if they've only got 200 people, then they'll never get a petition heard. but now we've got that opportunity. I have a worry, and I probably need some training. Are they e-petitions? Are we secure with e-petitions? We can't have people hacking in, can we, to create thousands of signatures that will then automatically create debate in the council. Have we got systems to prevent that sort of misuse?
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm getting worried because it's the second occasion today where I've had to agree with the Labour Party. Yeah, thank you. I find it quite ironic that we're going to celebrate 800 years of the Magna Carta. Now, to me, I may be wrong because there are teachers, ex-teachers here who probably shoot me down in flames, but to me, the Magna Carta was a result of a sort of petition. Whether that petition was with words or swords, I'm not sure, but it was some sort of petition that led to some sort of democracy in this country. And I find it just a little bit petty, especially after we've been told on scrutiny panels that this council needs to engage with the public more, that we are taking away one of those engagement processes. And so I just cannot agree with this. I think it's totally the wrong way to go. We should be looking for more occasions to debate with members of the public, have members of the public watching our debates. We should be encouraging members of the public to participate with us. So on this, I'm totally against that particular point and totally in favour of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nev Jack.
We have been having this debate. Two people have spoken in favour of this amendment, but the proponents of the alternative haven't yet spoken. And it does seem as though there's an opportunity for somebody, I know Jackie Brockaway has spoken, but either the mover or the seconder to actually give us some justification, because at the moment it's all one-sided.
Thank you. Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman.
At present, we have this option to grant the electorate or those that are concerned with an issue the right to speak for 15 minutes. And, well, the debate for 15 minutes, put it that way then. I'm not going to be party to removing something from the electorate of this county. Chairman, I would seek a recorded vote so it's very clear to the electorate of Lincolnshire who would wish to withdraw what they have at present.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Payne.
Thank you, Chairman. As of yesterday at the leaders' meeting, I must admit, I wholly supported Labour. But the slight addition of reducing the amount of people that can actually bring a petition forward and extend it to 5 minutes, I've got to say, I think it's fairer. If the county councillors are involved, they should have been with a group that's been going through the petition, been involved with council officers and been involved from early stages with whatever's been going on. The two issues I've got is when issues come to scrutiny, I think any councillor in their ward which is affected should be able to speak at the appropriate scrutiny committee. I think that needs setting in stone, because I don't think it's acceptable if something happens in your area, you cannot go to that committee without the chairman's grace, and that is undemocratic. But overall, I've got to admit, I'd rather issues go to scrutiny where they can be actually ironed through rather than resting with the executive officer, because I think we're very dangerous of saying, oh yes, we're going to have 15 minutes debate here, we're not going to have a vote, it's not going to go anywhere. I would rather issues of serious concern go to scrutiny and be discussed with background knowledge and the questions of all councillors involved. And I think that's more important. I think we're right. We do give the public a deluded sense of the fact that the 15 minutes debate in here actually means something, doesn't. If it actually goes to the actual vote in here, if all parties vote with their aligned parties, the administration will win every time. I'd rather each councillor vote how they saw fit on that particular issue. And I find that scrutiny committees as a whole are more open and general, where people vote on the actual issue rather than with political parties. So I've got to agree that I think giving the public 5 minutes, an extension of 2 minutes, the vote of 2 people to actually bring that petition to here, and then to guarantee if it's contentious to go to the scrutiny committee is far better than just resting with an officer. So I've got to support the original motion.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Kirk.
Thank you, Chairman. I support Rob Parker's amendment. I just wanted to say that it's just another question of democracy that I spoke on earlier. And I don't know if the members know that in 1316, there was a parliament held here by Edward II. Well, it was one of the first times in this country that petitions were actually used by the public. So actually in Lincoln, in the parliaments here in Lincolnshire, we actually were one of the first to petition. So therefore, we're denying history, aren't we? We've got a historical and a present democracy that we should allow debate in this chamber, because this chamber is all about debate. It's about discussion. It's about listening to the people. It's about voting. That's what it's all about. And once again, you're denying democracy. And I came here and I represented the people for democracy, and that's what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Allen.
Thank you, Chairman. We do sometimes wonder why politicians get a bad name, and we do wonder why there's a disengagement between the public and politicians of all levels. And to a certain extent, it's this sort of thing. We should be encouraging people to come and bring their complaints to the council or to other councils, because sometimes they have very important issues that are very important to them. And that's why it's important that we keep this opportunity for people to do exactly that. 15 minutes for somebody that's collected 3,500 signatures of debate on the issue that they've raised at least gives them a feeling, I believe, that we are taking their views, their complaint seriously. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to support whatever the complaint is, because that will be made decisions elsewhere. But at least there's the opportunity to bring it forward to us and to see that there is a mechanism for people to actually hear what it is that's there, that is concerning them. I think it's very important. This is what local democracy is all about. And it seems such a shame to even suggest taking it away from them. I think it is very, very poor. And it will be interesting to see who actually votes for that.
Thank you. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to speak in support of Councillor Parker's amendment as well. I think the key point is that when people come to us with a petition, they are petitioning the council. That's all of us in their eyes. And to move the paper to our committee or a scrutiny committee to the side in their eyes is sidelining it. If we're saying, well, actually, no, it's not so important. I think that we have to also recognise that this is a very public forum, and the effort that's gone into a petition with 3,500 signatures, people are saying we want the greater community to hear what we have to say. It's not just about us in this room either. And some of the issues that come out from the petitions actually affect our whole community and maybe cross-county. So I do believe that we should allow this to continue. It seems that, yes, there may be an issue with the process. Let's then move it once we've heard it and debated. Let our the words that we say from our debate, the key points we raise, be recorded and then perhaps taken on to scrutiny so they're not wasted words. That debate isn't wasted. We should be using it, not throwing it away and ignoring it. But I do think that we have to give people a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trollope-Balloon.
Thank you, Chairman. We've been at this about half an hour now. When we were at the Constitution Review Group, it was about an hour, wasn't it, Councillor Woods? You were there. An hour at scrutiny management. I still go back to the original point. The expectation of somebody who is presenting a petition that there is going to be a debate. They expect there to be a decision from this council, which there won't be. We're actually raising the expectations of people just to let them down. 77 members. Most of these petitions come through on very local issues. Some members have said, bring a paper forward so that the debate can be a proper debate. They've got to be, we have got to get the papers, they have got to be out, we've got to have legal implications. The amount of work that needs to be done before we have a debate in this chamber is quite incredible. We haven't really got the time to do it and have a 15-minute debate here. The members of the public can come to scrutiny. If it's referred to scrutiny, they can even go to the executive and see what he said there. This isn't stifling debate. It is actually allowing far more time. And no, Councillor Hough, it is not trying to slip it under the table. No, it isn't.
Thank you.
Perhaps, Councillor Parker, I know you were busy elsewhere, but if you'd been at the meeting, you could have brought these points forward.
Thank you.
Right?
One meeting.
I have made every meeting, so don't. It is, as I've said, the group and scrutiny management have debated this for a long time. And to me, having a 15-minute debate, but because actually there is no time limit on the local member, and some local members, I think everybody will agree, go on slightly longer than others. You don't really get a cross-section of what could or should happen. You get one side of it, and that is not really a debate. I'm quite happy with the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just clarify, we actually I think some members who spoke against this seem to be indicating they were actually reducing the petition scheme. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yep, Councillor Dilks. Yes, yeah. Yeah, well, it wasn't on the display. Yeah. Councillor Dilks.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to second the motion, if I may, and just to answer the amendment. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. But to take up that, there haven't been any real reasons put forward as to why we should scrap the right to trigger a debate if you get 3,500 signatures. Councillor Brockway basically said, if I can say, 15 minutes for a debate is an insult. So let's take away the debate entirely. Let's not give them one at all. That's basically the argument. Councillor Cllr Mrs Newton, what I was saying was rich. Was in you saying what you were saying was that you didn't make these points at the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee. At the Overview and Scrutiny, there was a consensus, cross-party, as you say, we are after an hour and a half, supported by members of the administration and all the other parties and none, and the independents, that we should basically leave the petition system alone, that there wasn't a substantial problem. But I'm not sure what's happened since then and what's happened, since that meeting that we've had, but it sort of suddenly changed. And I think that rather undermines the process, if I can say that. There was a consensus, as I say. There was no support anywhere in the room from anyone, from Councillor Cllr Mrs Newton or from Councillor Mrs Brockway or from any of the others, to take away the opportunity for triggering a debate if you get 3,500 signatures. So, as I say, I don't know what's happened.
That meeting was it was a very good, very rational discussion, and the thing is, this point could have gone either way. There are pros and there are cons, and as you hang on a minute, it is a point of order because you're misquoting me. And one of the big problems with the 15 minutes is when you haven't prepared it, is there's such an opportunity for grandstanding, and I do believe it is offensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope that the 15-minute debates would actually influence the 9 executive members who were going to actually make the decision, as in the library's case. That's what happened. Deepens people strongly opposed, for example, the library proposals, and we got the. I said we have to get the 3,500 signatures to trigger a debate. That, in my ward, is about half of the electorate, as we know. That's a big barrier to get a debate, and it's more than actually voted for most of all of us. So, it's quite a thing. We actually got 9,000, part of a 24,000 names from across the county. It is unusual to trigger a debate, as we know, and that one actually led to some confusion as to what the procedure was, because it was so unusual. But what I'd just say in conclusion is, it is wrong. You are closing down debate. It is an affront to democracy, and the councils across the country are trying, even the government is trying to open up democracy and make it easy to get access for people to their representatives. You can now get 100,000 names. If you get 100,000 names on a petition, you get a debate in Parliament. But if you get 100,000 names at Lincolnshire, across Lincolnshire, or we're not going to give them that. We're going to stop them that. That is absolute madness. So, if I get 100,000 names, I can get a debate in Parliament on the libraries. You're incorrect, but I was interrupted.
Yeah. Philip is incorrect on that second point, because clearly, if you get 1,700 petitions, you go committee. So don't give me all that guff. And Philip, I'll say, Philip, no, if you petition, get 1,750 signatures, you will go to scrutiny committee. That's what it says here. And I'm sorry, Philip, you're being inconsistent. Okay, so it's okay for overview and scrutiny to overrule the working group.
It's a point of order coming through from council.
But it's not okay for the council to then agree with the working groups. That's what you're actually saying. So it's all right for you to engineer it so it's overruled, but it's not all right for somebody else to overrule you. This democracy called Councillor
Thank you.
It's a point of information on a remark that Councillor Dilks made. The e-petitions of over 100,000 signatures do go to the Business Committee in the House of Commons, and it's a cross-party consensus as to whether those debates are either held in the chamber of the House of Commons or in the secondary chamber in Westminster Hall.
Thank you. Do you want to respond? Thank you.
Of why this proposal is, we're actually supporting the review group, which spent a lot of time working on this. Listening to some of the members opposite, they're almost indicating that we're going to suppress petitioning to this council. No, we're not. The proposals are we're going to encourage it and actually give people 5 minutes to come and address all of us on any issue they wish to without any hindrance whatsoever. So that is not a suppression at all. That's a very pretty sound. So I just need to make that clear. Now, this is, I'm always open up for new ideas and trying things out. And obviously this was a new idea that came forward some time ago now, though. And I have to say, I'm basing my argument from the perspective of the person who would wish to come and force a debate, if you want to put it that way, to this council. And I've watched people when they've come here. Can you imagine it? You realise you can actually put a petition. You can get a debate at the council. Great, right? This is exciting. I'll go away and spend ages collecting all these signatures up. I'll get enough signatures, get very excited, spend a long time, thinking about, I'm going to put my motion to the council. It's all going right, and great. This will mean the council will debate it, and then they'll make a decision. No, they won't. Because let's remember, we've had this before, and Phil actually worked the system, so we had yet another iteration of the libraries debate. The constitution of this authority, which some of you seem to forget, is most decisions aren't made in this council. So we are not capable, the council cannot force the executive to make certain decisions, apart from the broad ones about the budget and constitution. So even if we wanted to, we could not make a decision. And I've watched people sitting there bewildered, and then disappointed. And I've spoken to them afterwards and said, well, and they've realised they have just wasted their time. They've come here, there's been a nonsense 15-minute debate where, frankly, the issues are never debated properly. By the time every group's had their say and somebody's proposed it and all the rest of it, it is a nonsense. And they're thinking, I spent all this time trying to make a change to where I live and take it to the council, and I've had this nonsense 15-minute debate which didn't achieve anything, and at the end of the day they haven't made a decision anyway. I think we're actually insulting those people who put all that time in. So what I prefer to see is when people do petitions, it goes to the right place, to the scrutiny committee, where it can be debated properly and they can go through all the issues, and then it can come through the normal systems to the executive or the council. In addition to that, there is nothing stopping a local member or indeed a political party using debates we have after the council. And so that is, I would suggest, the forum. And certainly if I was aware that it was a strength of feeling people had got a petition together, I think it would be right that rather us produce items for debate, I think if somebody from outside wants something debating, we use that and we say, actually, I'll lose my right. We won't debate something we've generated. As we have in our constitution at the moment, we'll have a proper debate where matters can be discussed properly and come to a decision. And I just think my own view, and I think everybody here agrees with me on this side of the chamber, I'd rather treat that seriously and then just actually have a nonsense, a gesture which doesn't achieve anything. And I think what we're proposing here treats with much more respect the people who want to actually engage with us and help us make decisions. So I very much strongly believe that should go, and we should merely more focus on scrutiny work, and indeed, if necessary, it should go to the council as a motion put forward by a member who's listened to his constituents or people who support him or her in other ways. So I believe we should do this, and that's where I sit and stand, Chairman.
My constituents came with a petition for the Monks Road crossing for pedestrians and children, and on some other measures. they were fully briefed beforehand. They knew they got certain times to speak. They rehearsed the speech, and they were not disappointed with the result because they were told what was going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Easy to deal with that. Where it should have gone to is to the Highway Scrutiny Committee, where they would have discussed it, and then it would have been referred to the executive member who would have made the decision. So I see no difference to that at all.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote on the amendment. Yep, is that correct? Yep. For a recorded vote.
I was just about to say that, Councillor Adams. You are, thank you kindly. For clarity, you are voting on the amendment that was moved by Councillor Parker. I'll read out the name of each member. Those voting for say yes, those against say no, and those abstaining say abstain. Councillor Adams? No. Councillor Allen? Yes. Councillor Aaron?
No.
Councillor Austin? No. Councillor Mrs Ayling? Yes. Councillor Beaver? Yes. Councillor Brailsford? No. Councillor Brewis? No. Councillor Bridges? No. Councillor Mrs Brockway? No. Councillor Brooks? No. Councillor Churchill? No. Councillor Clark? Yes. Councillor Davey? No. Councillor Dilks?
Yes.
Councillor Ellis? Yes. Councillor Fairman? Yes. Councillor Fleetwood? Councillor Foulkes? Councillor Hill? Councillor Hough? Yes. Councillor Hoyes? No. Councillor Dean Hunter-Clark? Yes. Councillor Robin Hunter-Clark? Yes. Councillor Jackson? Yes. Councillor Jesson? Yes. Councillor Jones? No. Councillor Kirk? Yes. Councillor Mayer? Yes. Councillor Marriott? No. Councillor Macaulay? Yes. Councillor McNally? Yes. Councillor Morgan? Yes. Councillor Murray? Yes. Councillor Mrs Newton? No. Councillor O'Connor? No. Councillor Mrs Overton? Yes. Councillor Oxby? No. Councillor Payne? No. Councillor Pepper? No. Councillor Palmer? Yes. Councillor Parker? Yes. Councillor Mrs Powell? Yes. Councillor Miss Felicity Ranson? Councillor Mrs Sue Ranson? Yes. Councillor Mrs Rawlings? No. Councillor Mrs Renshaw? Yes. Councillor Renshaw? Yes. Councillor Robinson? No. Councillor Mrs Rawlings? No. Councillor Shore? No. Councillor Mrs Smith? Yes. Councillor Mrs Sneath? No. Councillor Mrs Talbot? No. Councillor Trollope-Bellew? No. Councillor Turner? No. Councillor Tweedale? No. Councillor Wood? No. Councillor Mrs Woolley? No. Councillor Mrs Wooten? No. Councillor Wooten? No. Councillor Worth? No. Councillor Mrs Ray? Yes. Councillor Young? No. Is there any member that I've missed?
Those voting yes, 28. Those voting no, 35. The amendment's lost. And then we go for the vote on the motion. Substantive motion. Yeah. Those in favour? And those against? And the vote's carried. Thank you. Item 13, the minutes of committees, the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move the minutes of the Audit Committee, and there are no recommendations thereon. Thank you.
Pensions Committee.
Thank you, Chairman. I move that the minutes of the meeting of the Pensions Committee held on the 9th of October 2014 be received. There was no recommendations to Council.
And Planning and Regulations.
Yes, as usual, the Planning Committee has been quite busy. I'd like to move the minutes of the 8th of September, the 6th of October, 3rd of November 2014 be received from the Planning Committee. I would like to just talk loosely about the NMU application on the 6th of October. I did stand down from the committee at that point and allow my Vice Chairman to address the item because of local pressures. But I am welcoming planning applications from all applicants in the new year, and that might be with regard to bridges and other things. So it's worth making a note. I'm sure Mr. Wills is nodding his head appropriately, so we'll take it from there.
Members are reminded of the rules of debate. They're set out below in the papers. First motion, Councillor Mrs Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to move the motion as printed, and I'd just like to say a few words about it. We have discussed the principle of devolution to local councils at previous meeting, but what we're at a position now, there is a chink, I believe, in the door nationally where things have started to move. We've seen the referendum, and we've subsequently seen the Smith Commission report, which was circulated prior to the meeting, which actually outlines in more detail, although perhaps not as much detail as we would like yet, but in a lot more detail, exactly how much power is going to be given to Scotland. So the process of devolution has started, albeit in that case to the Scottish Assembly, and we would be looking for a different situation in England for it to come to local councils. The other change that has happened since the meeting is we've got the Manchester deal has gone through, and some of you will have looked at the details that has come through for that, and they also have quite substantial powers that have been devolved to the council. For example, they've got actually more money as well. They've got a revolving infrastructure fund, which means that they can plough back any money that they make from their own investment in infrastructure. They've got an investment framework. They've got a city apprenticeship and skills hub, a business growth hub, and a low carbon hub, a housing investment fund. So they've actually been given not just powers, but actually money as well in quite substantial dollops. Further, in other areas, for example, we've got the situation of what kind of things might be devolved. For example, we've got transport. And here in London, as you know, has had terrific powers given to them in terms of being able to manage their own local transport and to commission for it, to actually give franchises for their transport. Manchester also has devolved local transport much to them as well. Employment and skills, again, and for example, in Manchester, they're able to reshape their own further education that they're giving. Housing, we've got an under-occupancy clause that the actual amount of welfare benefit, that's been given as a local power in some places. And what about control of planning? Wouldn't that be nice if we genuinely had a proper control of planning, so that it wasn't always under this National Planning Policy Framework Committee, but so much of our decisions that are made locally in keeping with local people's desires and their aspirations that we support locally, and then get overturned by an inspectorate which is working to a national agenda and not necessarily ours. So it is a good time, I think, therefore, to make this case once again, and for a recognition and support of local powers for councils, and not the erosion that we've seen. So we need money and power to be devolved to local councils, and how we should do this and all of the different kinds of functions that might be done, I do hope that we will be discussing in the future, because I think it is a good time to be making another call for these changes. So the proposal is as printed, and I hope it would be very nice if everybody would like to support it. It's very straightforward. It's a principle that we've agreed before, and we're just looking for a timely reminder to central government that we do not want to be left out. If Scotland gets more and the cities get more, that leaves us very short. And we do need, and I know others will support this, we do need to make a substantial presentation and a substantial noise, if you like, to make sure that Lincolnshire gets its fair share. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's seconded, and I would like to make some comments. I won't reserve my right to speak at the end because I think it would be fairly pointless to do so. As Councillor Overton says, the motion is nothing really to do with the Smith Commission itself. The Smith Commission is about Scotland and devolution. The motion, if anything, is to do with some comments that were made by a gentleman who stood outside number 10 the day after the referendum result and said, and now we have to think about what happens in England. And of course, we all sat there and believed exactly what he said. So this is really what it's about. It's about trying to get the county, Lincolnshire County Council, well positioned, because devolution, from what the Prime Minister said, will be coming to England, and we need to prepare for it and make sure that Lincolnshire gets the best of what might be going. It is already happening, as Councillor Overton said, in Manchester, and it presumably will be happening elsewhere. The issue is that, as it seems to be happening, that whenever devolution powers are given to somebody, there seems to be substantial chunks of money given to them as well. And if there's more money going to Scotland than there is at the moment, and more money going to Manchester than there is at the moment, that money has to come from somewhere. And the great danger is that it will come from people like ourselves in rural counties who have, shall we say, less influence, perhaps in the 2015 election results. It's very easy to forget about Lincolnshire. It's a Tory county. It will always remain a Tory county, and we'll give the money somewhere else. And that is not right for this council, and it's not right for our people in the council as well. So really, we ought to be starting to think about how we take advantage of situations that will be appearing. I hope we can do that. I hope it's not just a question of helping Westminster kick awkward decisions into the long grass, because they are very awkward and they can be very, very difficult. And there's a raft of reasons across the various political colours for doing exactly that. The independents, of course, are not in that position. We can say what we feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Hough.
Yes, I mean, I think this is pretty much in line with what we have argued in the past. I'm interested in the Conservative group reply, which says it's an interesting motion, but I think it's more than that. I think it's an important motion. I accept what they say, that the Smith Commission devolved power to the government of Scotland, and not necessarily to local government, but we're not talking about Scotland. I think it's perfectly reasonable to congratulate Scotland. I think it is important about agreeing a comparable package of measures for local government in England to be enacted after the general election. That seems a sensible way forward, and therefore the Labour Group will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Payne.
Thank you, Chairman. As I previously debated in this very chamber, I agree with this motion wholeheartedly, and obviously it's a way forward for Lincolnshire to have more funding, more control of its powers, and to go forward. The only slight problem I've got is the example of Manchester, because the new government's rolling out these larger areas, which will mean that Martin Hill will be one voice probably among 2 or 3 other chief executive, and the actual council will be less accountable because they decide between themselves. It won't even go to the executive office as your own council. You can meet and debate within the chamber. It will be decided by the chief executives of each area. So yes, I agree with this motion and its thing, but I don't agree purely going down the line of Manchester, because I don't agree with passing power away to a bigger area, but I do agree with the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. It's interesting that what was taken by the sword is now given back to the people by democracy. Welsh, Scottish, Irish have now got a democracy, and it speaks well for the United Kingdom that that was done without recourse to any major animosity and physical harm to people. But when we look at the structure of local government, what are we looking for? Are we looking for an authority, such as exists in some European countries, that are powerful enough to stand back to the federal government and say, no, we will raise our money, we will use it as we desire in this area? At the moment, we're at the behest of national government. They tell us how much money we can have from our taxes. They can tell us even that we can't go to the electorate and ask for more money, except through a very laborious process. Now, I believe at the end of the day, we've had 1 or 2 stabs at local government structures. We had the regional development agencies, regional assemblies. We got rid of both. We've now got LEPs, and our LEP doesn't stick within the county boundary, it looks further. And that's one of the things that will have to happen, that our boundaries created in 1066 do not always make common sense in today's terms. We have to look whether we're aligned to certain other localities rather than say this that was created and commandeered all those years ago doesn't at this stage make any sense. Of course, it's costly. Of course, MPs will fight against giving power to people that may oppose them. But of course, we can make savings because we can get rid of one part of our structure that has no democratic legitimacy. And it's for the place boys and girls that our party leaders put into the House of Lords. That should be abolished. We should get to a democratic system that allows everybody to decide who represents them.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I have to say I agree with the motion. We in Lincolnshire are particularly poorly treated by central government anyway. As has been said today, we're underfunded in all sorts of areas, and find out this week that there's another £3 million knocked off the police budget. We're left outside the system and isolated by people who basically don't understand us. They don't look beyond their own narrow field of vision. Not long ago, I was in London, and someone said, "You people in Lincolnshire are minnows compared to London." I said, "You wait until I come here selling sprouts at £1 each." There's an overwhelming need. I mean, Alex Salmond is Marmite man. You love him or hate him. I mean, but he's demonstrated that when you can pull a team together, if we can pull Lincolnshire together, for instance, we can achieve something. We've got to stop being fragmented. We've got to start fighting for ourselves and our county as a united team and demand the devolution we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Wood.
I've looked at this motion. I fully support it. It seems a straightforward motion to me, quite straightforward. Just wanting to make sure that Lincolnshire gets its fair deal in compared with other counties and what the government are doing and what's happened to Scotland. I think Councillor Mrs Overton summed it up quite well when she said it's a timely reminder.
which is, I see no reason why we shouldn't give the government that timely reminder. I was rather disappointed with the Conservative group's reply saying they're unable to support it, but they do actually say it's an interesting motion. Sure, I can't really see why anybody would not want to support it and ask for more for Lincolnshire. So I fully support it and I'm voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Marriott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a fundamental problem with this motion, and it's contained in paragraph 2, when the reference is made to, we call on central government to negotiate with this council and other councils in England. My problem is, and have advocated this many times in this chamber and in the media, is I am fundamentally opposed to the present three-tier system of local government which still exists in the majority of areas of England. Doesn't exist in Scotland or Ireland or Northern Ireland or Wales. That's why it's easier to devolve power to these nations. A, they're smaller. B, they've only got one main tier of local government plus the councils underneath. We haven't. I think we're 3 or 4 times, well, much bigger. Is it 75% of the populations in England? Something like that. I'm not very good at stats. The fact is that we are far bigger than the other 3 nations that make up the United Kingdom, and we have a hodgepodge system of local government. Until somebody at this level grasps the nettle, and the LGA should do this as well, to reform the remaining 3-tier areas into unitary authorities, as has happened in Cornwall, in Wiltshire, Bedfordshire, Cumbria. There's a whole list of them. They've all gone unitary. They've all saved loads of money. They're all weathering the storm far better than we are. We tried 3 or 4 years ago to get them all, what was it called? Waste 2005, was it? We had Keith Lamont from NKDC running it. Got nowhere. We had the decriminalisation of parking. We tried to get all 7 districts to agree. We couldn't. We took it over. The problem is we've got too many councils in this authority. We need to get rid of a lot of them. We need to have either 1 or 2 or possibly 3 unitaries. We need to look at the areas, not necessarily coterminous with the East Midlands. I know, for example, Chris Brewis would like to do a deal with Norfolk. Nev Jackson's mentioned before that the present boundaries were brought in by the Danes. It needs to change. We need to be a bit less cautious about where we find our friends. But until we put our own house in order at this level, if I were in government, I wouldn't give us an extra penny. When we can, A, put ourselves together, reform our structures, take a serious look at local government finance, reform the council tax, bring it up to date or abolish it. Until we can get those 2 things done, I'm not in favour of devolving any more power to these areas. The difference between Manchester and areas like that is, of course, they're an urban area, they've got bigger authorities. If we're going to get our own deal in this area, we've really got to look at our own position and put our own house in order. So I shan't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Helen Papp. Thank you. Yeah. Are you all in agreement that the vote be put? Two.
I think, Chairman, the person that's already spoken can't close the debate by moving the vote be taken.
Right. So, yeah. Yeah. No, there's no discretion. If it's been put, any councillor can call it. Yeah. We go to the procedural motion to the vote. Those in favour of Mrs Overton's motion. Yeah. Those in favour of the motion that's been put.
No, that's the motion being now put.
That the motion now be put. Yeah. If a chief exec, well.
Thank you, Chairman. The motion that's been put by Councillor Mrs Overton, the procedural motion that the motion now be put, has to be voted on first, as to whether you agree that. So the motion that is now before you is a procedural motion put by Councillor Mrs Overton, that her original motion be now put.
Chairman, an individual that's spoken in the debate under Citrin rules is not normally allowed to then move that the vote be taken. It should be somebody that hasn't spoken.
That's a fair point, and that is absolutely correct. But of course, it is now open for anybody else who wishes to put it.
Councillor Macaulay.
Sorry, Chairman. Yeah, well, I'll propose that we go to the vote.
Yeah, we need a seconder for your. Yep, Councillor Beaver. Thank you. All in favour of the motion?
No.
Of the
motion be now put.
Of the motion now be put.
Shall I do this?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Quiet, please.
Chairman. Yes, indeed.
So have I.
Fast getting there. The proposal by Councillor Macaulay is that the motion be now put. That is what you're voting on, that the motion be now put. Do you wish that to happen? Discussion. All against?
And all against?
Right, the motion is now going to be put. The motion is now going to be put.
Yeah, the motion is now going to be put.
Take the vote again and we'll count.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Right, we'll take. Yeah.
Let's have our fingers crossed that nobody who is thinking of devolving power to us.
We're taking vote again that the motion now be put. All those in favour?
Right, those against?
Those against?
Right, that is lost. You carry on the debate.
We do hope to be home before Christmas. Charmaine Morgan.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much to those of you who gave me the right to speak. You might be pleasantly surprised. I've actually got grave concerns about this motion, and I have spoken to some individuals. I've actually got grave concerns about devolution. And I might be the only person in the entire country, but that's not the impression I'm getting actually on the street from the quiet, silent folk who aren't actually daring to voice concerns. The concerns I have, and it picks up an earlier point, about us being united as a nation, about us working together, about us not being fragmented. What will this actually lead to? It's going to lead to more fragmentation. It's going to lead to bun fights about resources. It's going to lead to robbing Peter to pay Paul. And then you have to look at who's going to win those bun fights. Well, we're in a rural area. We do not have the people on the ground who'll be stamping their feet. In Westminster, the cities do, the larger cities, the larger urban areas. It's a bum fight. We might find ourselves not necessarily winning, but I don't say it for that reason alone, because I'd like to look then within our own communities. We're in danger of having the voice who shouts the loudest getting what they want. And I would just like to say, if this does move forward, and things are moving forward, whether I like them or not, that we do consider that danger. And we do really, really carefully think about what we're asking for. And I actually say I never agreed with the devolution of Scotland or Wales, because look what it's led to. I think actually we should have stayed united, and we should have all had parity around our taxes, the benefits we get, the access to services that we get. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Helen Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I did live in Scotland for a while, and I can totally understand where they were coming from. I do feel that we aren't getting a fair deal, though. We are being used. We're not getting a fair share of what we need to make our county a far better place than it is. Everything's a struggle. We've done fantastic work, and I know the administration have got loads and loads of things under their belt that they've done in the past. But with all these cutbacks, everything is drying up, and we don't want to see all the hard work that everyone else has put in to make this county a great place to live, that people, as I said before today, with families want to come and live in to enjoy. We don't want to see that spoiled. When the MPs are not listening, we've got to use our bottle. We've got to stand up against them. And it's our right to speak up, and it's what the electorates expect us to do, to get some integrity back into this system. And I think we just need to stand together on this and make a point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barry Young.
I too have severe reservations about the motion, which is not to say that I'm against devolution per se. I certainly, excuse me, could not congratulate Scotland on the measure of devolution they've achieved and worked for and is now proposed by the Smith Commission. I think what was promised to Scotland immediately after the referendum was ill thought out, and I think we're going to reap the consequences. As far as item 2 is concerned, a call on central government now to negotiate with this council and other councils using a similar non-party commission to agree a comparable package of measures. I don't want a comparable package of measures at all. I want measures that have been carefully thought out. We are, as was implied just now, part of a jigsaw, and doing things 40, God knows how many different ways, I think is crazy. So I certainly could not vote for this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would start by saying that I do believe that our future is best served by devolution. I do believe that English votes for English laws are an important part of the way forward. What I don't want to see, though, is in the same way that Councillor Young has said that the measures that have gone to Scotland haven't been fully thought through, and we may well see unintended consequences as a result of that. I would certainly like to say that local government shouldn't react in the same way. What we don't want is a knee-jerk reaction to the possibility of getting some devolution, getting some power, getting some money, all of which, if properly thought through, may make sense. I don't think the timing is exactly right with this. I would like to see a well thought through, well crafted, cross-party maybe motion put forward, something for the new government, and something that we could be involved with in a meaningful sense of national debate about the way forward for the governance of England, not just some devolved powers, because the governance of our country is what's going to be at stake. And for the first time, certainly in my lifetime, we may well get something that's fair, or at least a lot fairer for England. And that goes far beyond the small part, which I'm not against, but I don't think it covers enough on here. So I can't support this, not because I don't believe in it, but because it doesn't go far enough, really, and hasn't been able to take all of these variables into account. So I think it's a case of we need to do a bit of work, a bit of time to look at that in the round.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Hill.
Yeah, I think we do need to also remember we had a debate, very similar debates at the last council, and the minutes are all here for us all to see. And if I can just remind members, what we council decided at that time was that we said we believe if Scotland is granted extra devolved powers, it is only right that existing constituent of other parts of the UK should also be treated in similar fashion. We believe that devolution should be to the existing cities and counties. We don't support regional structures or city regions, and any devolved powers should be with a corresponding reduction in central taxation, and the national funding system for local government should be reformed. So we've already had that debate, not the last meeting. So I personally have nothing particular against this particular motion. I think I will just be abstaining because I don't really see the point of continually bringing back similar motions time and time again. So I find it difficult, and there is I believe there was a similar debate at North Kesterman yesterday, which was defeated, but I don't wish to be, make a meal of it. So I think I should just abstain, and hopefully we'll soon be having a vote.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Overton.
Thank you. I won't speak for very long, but you'll be pleased to know. But just a couple of things I wanted to pick up, and thank you very much to everybody for their considerable thought that they've put into this. I am looking for an open debate, and I think things have moved on nationally, and I think absolutely right with the comments about making sure that we do put forward well-crafted cross-party thoughts about what we would like to see both for Lincolnshire, but also we can have an input into the national if we wish. But obviously our responsibility is for us. The proposals that we will need to think about, and perhaps this is just a start, and maybe we can do some more thought on it to actually get something concrete put together. Things that we might want to consider are about local tax. Do we have control of that? We would like to think about whether you want transport, whether you want to be able to do your own on franchising or your own transport, better control over network rail, those sorts of things. Employment support and skills, is there more that we want to do, that we could do? Welfare reform, are there some things we can pick up there that we would like to do differently? Housing, planning, I think there's probably lots we would like to do a bit differently there. Public land and use of assets, so MOD land coming back into councils perhaps for some use. Early years and education, policing, reoffending, health and social care, public health and regulation. So there are a whole gamut of things that could be considered and that are being considered elsewhere in the country. So the doors have been opened, and this is our chance to just make the point once again. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay. Those against? And those abstaining? Yeah, it's carried. And the second motion by Councillor Payne.
It's quite obvious for group leaders who sit on Pete Moore's briefings that Lincolnshire is actually having a very poor deal and have been underfunded for years because of its rurality and lack of government funding. We don't get any money for the massive tourists that come and use our services, the people who live in the caravans, all the EU migrants live in 6 caravans and back to farmyards and things like that, which means we're underfunded. I know we've just discussed the Scottish issue, but the fact of the matter is we get per capita far less than lots of the places in the country. London gets £3,433 per head. The North East, 2,801, but yet we get 1,534 per head with a lot more roads to actually control, maintain, etc. So this is a serious issue for the council. Anybody who's got multiple town and parish council like I have, the majority of the time is actually discussing potholes and states our roads and how bad they are. The general public and parish councillors cannot believe the state we're in. And this is not an attack on any councillor in here in the chamber. It's a state of play. We've been underfunded for years. We've had to make cuts, and now we're looking at making another £90 million cuts, which I think is cut too far. The downside of this, I already put forward the task and finish group from the economic scrutiny. The downside of this, it just affects the well-being of the local public. They do not want to live in roads which are third world roads and full of potholes and dangerous. They don't want to be making insurance claims to the council because they've got a puncture or burst spring, which is often occurring. It also affects investment. What type of image does this give the county if somebody actually drives around the county? They're very good if they go to look at Stamford with the nice roads, but the further east you go, the more deprived the roads get and the worse condition they are. I won't mention a bypass for Boston, which should have probably happened 10, 12 years ago, but things like this aren't going forward. They're not helping us, the county, to develop, because what's going to happen is everything's going to be the west side. Previously, we've had quotes for what we need to get the roads right, and I've got to put my hand up. I quoted 600 million. It was quoted to me 400 million was adequate, but since this we found out the Fodderdyke Bank, which is the main road between Friston Dykes and Stickney, is appalling. There's been fatalities, serious incidents on there. It's like a lunar landscape, serious potholes, serious dips. And to actually put this right, just with a temporary fixing, which is like a metal mesh that goes across the road, just to fit the potholes, will cost 5.5 million. If we actually redo that length of road, the full length, which does urgently require doing, we're talking 85, possibly 90 million pounds. And that's actual figures because it's on a par with the Crowland bypass. This is not made up figures. So that puts my 600 million to actually get the roads back in a workable order totally out of sync. I think we need to look at this and go forward, admit the fact we're underfunded, admit the fact we need to draw more money in from government. The roads aren't going to get better, and a lot of the local people deserve better and want better. They're raising this every parish town council meeting I attend. So we need to address this. So it's not a reflection on councillors here, but it's something we've got to get behind, I think. I would like to propose the County Council invites Secretary of State for Transport, the Right Honourable Patrick McLaughlin MP, to visit the county early in the new year to address the issue of the poor road network. And I would like to put that motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I second the motion.
Thank you. No speakers? We go to the vote. Oh, yeah.
Which basically invites the Secretary of State to Transport to come. He has been, but would do no harm for him to come again, so we will support.
Right.
Worth mentioning that the second in command, John Hayes, actually comes from Lincolnshire, so the Transport Minister is probably fairly well aware, and he's probably watching County Council fairly closely at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. In the preamble in Councillor Payne's motion that we've all got in front of us, there's one inaccuracy that I just wanted to point out. It says that the quality of Lincolnshire's roads falls into the worst quartile of the country's roads. Well, that's not entirely true. Our principal roads are in the upper quartile. Our C's and unclassified is not as good as we'd like them to be, but our principal roads are in the top quartile. I thought it was important that that inaccuracy was pointed out, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate Councillor Brooks pointing that out, and that was how it was told to me originally, that the A roads are in the best quartile when we went forward with the task and finish group. Anybody who drives around knows the fact that our roads aren't in the best quartile. In fact, the majority of our roads are rural roads which actually fall into the bottom quartile. So there is a difference. Yes, our A roads are in the best quartile in the country. Unfortunately, Lincolnshire has very few of them. The majority are rural backcountry roads which fall in the bottom quartile.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't see any problem with us being able to get any minister here to try and look at local issues, but I think practically speaking, there just isn't the money available to do the work that we want to do. You know, it's not within the field of vision where we have multi-million pound projects done unless they're absolutely top priority. I mean, as Councillor Davies has said, we've got a good strong focus on the A roads, on the main arteries going through the county, and I just don't see a visit from the Minister doing anything but being a bit of electioneering before next May. And practically speaking, I think we ought to have a visit from the Minister after May the 7th next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alison Austin.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not particularly struck by the argument, but I'm not going to turn down the opportunity of getting a Secretary of State here. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. And Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. Yes, I'm similar views to Councillor Austin, and yes, I agree. Our roads need improving, but I just wanted to make the important point. It's not just the roads. The pedestrian facilities as well are being seriously affected, the pedestrian safety facilities, because we don't have the funding to invest in them. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Richard Fairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would point out that you may cry about the tourists. I know that down in Cornwall they call them emmets and grockles. But they are our customers. They're not the people that should be charged. It's the businesses like yours that thrive on them. Thank you, sir.
Point of information, Chairman. Unfortunately, Councillor Fairman might not realise I actually sold my business to Mike Ashley from Newcastle United. And if he'd actually drove down the county's roads, I probably wouldn't have sold it. It came by helicopter, so I'm no longer in business.
Okay, and we'll now go to the vote. All those. Oh, sorry. I thought that's your summing up. Right. Councillor Payne.
Right, it's Christmas and we've had a lot of air in the chamber today. I'd like to go straight to the vote, please, Chairman.
Thank you. Those in favour? Against? Yeah, it's carried. Okay, so motion 3 is motion by Councillor Fairman.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me speak on one of my pet subjects. I won't need my full 6 minutes, so don't worry about that. I don't need 6 minutes to stir up this can of worms. And I'm conscious of the proximity of Christmas and that it's Poets' Day. I will start with a quote by Councillor Davey, but he's quit, coward. He had published in a little magazine that we all had handed round last week. This Lincolnshire grows 25% of the nation's vegetables, is the nation's largest arable producer, and is a major supplier of pork and poultry. Being of such good provenance, I don't think I need to check the figures. I do know 52% of our food is imported. It is not eco-friendly to ship, or worse, fly food halfway around the world. Food miles must be a major contributor to man-made CO2, nor is it green to build dormitory towns. Twice in the last 100 years, submarines have laid siege to these islands. Last week, mind you,
an unidentified submarine was spotted off Scotland. We may have to produce all of our food. You could do with some rationing. The siege nearly succeeded twice, and our population has doubled since then. If you don't learn from history, you're destined to repeat it. I repeat, this land is too good to be covered in concrete and tarmac. That is my mantra that I've always given. A farm that within living memory used to employ 100 workers now employs 6. Seasonal itinerant workers do not come into the scope of this argument. Whilst on about the workers, or the farmers rather, they cannot get the going rate for their farms or their produce. Ted Heath, excuse me, persuaded them that their livelihood depended on the EU and the subsidies. Land now fetches artificially high prices for development. The farmers get the value of 10 harvests straight off and never another one. It is not virtuous to destroy this earth. Go for growth. Go for growth, the great Tory mantra. There are limits to everything. Go for growth and you will surely meet the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse coming the other way. Go for growth is just like the gambling addict who keeps doubling up on the assumption that it will come right one day. To hell with the consequences. Grandchildren can have the debts. At this point, I'd like to make declare an interest. Please minute it. I have a grandson, Jack, he's 7. Therefore, my only interest is the long-term good and security of this England. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to second the motion and reserve my speech for later.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Parker.
I'd like to speak against the motion. I think the starting point is in relation to if I was being charged with the responsibility for delivering this proposal, if it was accepted, I'm not sure what I'd do about it. But because the council must resist government pressure, okay, to build huge numbers of houses. Well, I can't see that being operationalised by officers very easily. And I think I would like to remind Richard that we at the moment are a major player within the Central Lincolnshire Joint Strategic Planning Committee. We do have government, should we say, indicative figures that we are asked to meet in terms of housing and employment. And we're out to public consultation, which I think has just finished. Proposals are on the website, or comments are on the website, and we're looking at a number of ranges of house building in central Lincolnshire between 25,000 and I think 48,000. So there is an opportunity to contribute towards a debate. You know, unchanneled and over-the-top development, I think most people would agree. We only have to look at some places in the UK and particularly in the US to see that growth for growth's sake is not a good idea. But at the same time, there's a question, isn't there, about housing for people who need housing. And I don't think that this recognises the need for the changing makeup of the population and the way that different people need different houses which are not currently being met. We know that successive governments have failed to build what used to be called council housing, now called social housing, and we have, it's fair to say, a housing crisis. That housing crisis tends to lead to other sorts of social difficulties because people who haven't got homes tend to have health-related issues, employment-related issues, and often move into antisocial behaviour or crime. it seems as though the idea of shouting, and I use that word deliberately, shouting that the country is full of, is not really what I would call a mature way for us to consider housing and economic policies. Together, housing and economic development do need to go hand in hand, and it's clear from going to the last Economic Development Scrutiny Committee that with a population that's aging, that we need lots of young people to be moving into our county to be meeting the current demands for employment, let alone increased numbers of employment jobs, which in turn will need housing. So I think it's much more sophisticated a response is needed than saying resist government pressure to build huge number of houses and cover good land with concrete. We need to recognise, yes, that we are a farming community, but at the same time, young people want jobs, high quality jobs, high paid jobs, and housing and employment cannot be separated. Therefore, I'm arguing that this.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Tony Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I read this motion, I was rather perplexed, really, and I can't support it, and I'll tell you for why, because I think it's really to do with the district council. If you look at the second paragraph here, I'm going to put my glasses on again, but it does refer to Horncastle and the housing developments there. Well, the planning authority are responsible for the local plan and the core strategy. And I'm rather surprised that it's been seconded by Councillor Colin Mair, because he really should know better. This is a district council matter, not a county council matter. And although we can influence by suggesting to the district planning authority or the district council planning authority what our views are, it really lies and rests with the district planning authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Marriott.
I can't agree with this motion for various reasons. The two that really stick in my craw is this inference on line 2 on page 13 about increased birth rates largely to immigration. You're going down a very dangerous path if you start equating immigrants with having children and increasing the birth rate. My own son, who's just presented me with a granddaughter and is Lincolnshire born and bred, wouldn't be very happy with being classed in that area either. The other thing I'd like to say is I'm not sure whether he means the country is full up or the county. But whatever he means, let me use this remaining time I've got just to explain why I think what he's expressing is a worrying concern, particularly in Lincolnshire. And that is a very clever form of NIMBYism which is creeping in to various parts of our county. They're very clever because they're right to say we don't want these housing here. They offer various reasons why not. And in particular, when it comes to what I prefer to call low-cost housing, but a lot of people call affordable housing, this sort of stigmatization, and I speak as somebody who grew up on a housing estate in Leicester, I'm very grateful my parents were for a roof over their heads after the war. This stigmatization of low-cost affordable housing under various guises is very worrying. I also am aware that there are 1 or 2 planning applications trying to creep under the radar at the moment until we get the new local plan set up. Now, this local plan for central Lincolnshire is vitally important if we're going to get the infrastructure that we need, whether it's roads, improved rail services, hospitals, GP practices, etc. If we haven't got proper planning regulations, a proper plan, then developers will drive a coach and horses through any proposals. We've got to get it right. And it's very difficult to get, in the case of central Lincolnshire, all 3 district councils working together. Oh, if we only had a unitary, we could do it overnight. But getting 3 councils to work together is like trying to plough with dogs. It's not easy, but we've got to do it. And I think all 3 district councils, that's West Lindsey, NK and Lincoln City, recognise the need to work together. But without a proper plan, as Robert Parker quite rightly says, we're not going to provide for the future. We're not going to provide for what we need. We've got to accept more housing, more development, if we're going to bring Lincolnshire up to a level commensurate with its status. Because otherwise, if you want it to be just like the 19th century or Britain in the 50s, well, agree with Councillor Fairman. Let's keep them at the boundary. But otherwise, if you want it to be a really go-ahead place, you've got to accept proper planning, properly enforced. If we can't get it through the inspectorate, then we are doomed. We've got to fight the developers because we've got to prove that we've got a case. And I think what we're doing is the right thing.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Adams.
Thank you, Chairman. I too can't support this motion, very much for the reasons that Councillor Bridges has already made, that we are not a planning authority. But equally, Chairman, I couldn't support it for another reason. We spoke for quite a long time earlier this afternoon about petitions and raising people's expectations and our electorate's expectations. This motion, as it reads, is going to raise those expectations again, and their expectations that this council cannot meet. And I think it's very unwise to carry motions that we can't implement and raise expectations of the electorate that we can't meet. And so I will vote against the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I've referred before today to the fact that we've got 2 higher education establishments within the city now. One of the major reasons advanced for having universities was that when those people that went through them were given their awards, that we would retain the best talent within this county. And one of the things that Councillor Davies said is the LEP wants to increase the amount of economic growth. If we attract business, then those that work in those businesses will have to live in this county. We know that within the city, we've got land that we need to work on. We've built houses at Roman Wharf, Onyx, Chemical Works site. And those that read the local press will know that a certain amount of contamination had to be dealt with. The Marconi EV site has been reworked and has now got substantial housing on it. I know in Bracebridge, the old gasworks site, one day I saw water coming down Ewart Street that there was the brightest blue. You wouldn't want it because I was told it was contaminated with cyanide salts. The university was built on a site that was contaminated, but with the right work, you can get that land fit for use again. I accept that we don't want to destroy all our agricultural land, but people do need housing. Our population is increasing, and we're trying to get the best brains that we can within this county. Councillor Fairman referred to the submarines. Well, 50 years ago, of course, we lived in yellow submarines, and life was a lot better.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Marianne Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I can see that this is a plea from the heart, and I'm going to take it in that spirit. Whilst I wouldn't necessarily say some of those words myself, I think the spirit of it and the intention is clear, and that's one that I can support. I think the points that have been made about needing a proper plan, that's absolutely right. And that's, for example, what the Central Lincolnshire is one of the plans where this county council has a key role, a quarter of the seats. And that is a very significant position. And that is not left to the districts, because these are the overarching plans which come under the national planning framework, but the next layer down, these local plans are very significant because all of the applications, of course, as we know, will have to be measured against whatever rules are agreed in those local plans. So the County Council is actually a planning authority and has a very significant position there.
I was referring to the Horncastle part of the development, not the whole county.
Thank you.
Yes, that's quite right, of course. Yeah, that's fine, thank you. So it is good that we are interested in planning. I take your point there. On the point about that Nev Jackson made about jobs coming first, and that you would want houses to match the jobs and people with skills coming in, and you'd want houses for those people. And that's absolutely right. That means that you've got the work and you've got the money coming forward to be able to afford the housing, to be able to build the right amount of housing that matches the needs. And that absolutely makes perfect sense, and I support that wholeheartedly. But what our councillor here is railing against is what we actually see happening in practice, which is often large amounts of housing without the adequate matching infrastructure, nor the guarantee that our public services will have the money to support those needs that are going to be there in future. So it's very much about keeping things in balance, and that is the part that I would like to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Hill.
Very briefly, Chairman, I unfortunately won't be able to support this motion, very much with the lines that Councillor Parker put forward. It is not really actionable. The only point I would also say, and actually probably relevant to the last speaker, is that you need to think about the consequences, because if you actually, even if we were able to stop this development, no Lincoln Eastern bypass, no Grantham bypass, no Spalding bypass, and certainly no Boston bypass, because that's the only way they're ever going to get built. So you need to be careful what you wish for.
Thank you. Councillor Phil Dilks.
Mistake, Chair. Thanks very much, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak. I am against the motion. I wasn't going to speak, but after hearing Councillor Richard Fairman's opening speech, I thought I had to. I heard it as, well, they're all coming over here in their submarines eating old Jack Sprouts. I'm worried about my grandchildren too. I'm worried about my grandson, Jack. But I'm also worried about the other 5 grandchildren I've been blessed with so far. I'm not sure if there's any more coming on, but you were talking about birth rates. The fact is, successive governments have not built enough houses to meet the needs of the current population. That's an absolute fact. And last year, we had the lowest number of housing starts, I understand, since the 1920s. And I say, it was the previous government as well that didn't do them. We have to build more houses. They are needed by the people who currently live here and are part of our country. And we've just got to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Helen Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I feel I strongly support Councillor Farron's proposal here, because if there's lots of meetings I've asked questions at regarding this, and when the Ministry of Agricultural, Fish and Foods document was live, it had a far stronger, more robust protection of the agricultural land. The NPPF paragraph 112 is protecting agricultural land, grades 1, 2 and 3A now with the new guidance. The reason it's protecting those grades is because Lincolnshire has the richest land in the whole of the country. It's true England produces 50% of the food we eat, but half of that is grown in Lincolnshire. And I don't see fields and fields of laid to waste land. When I travel the hour and a quarter up from Bourne every time there's a meeting, all I see is agricultural fields full of crops growing food for another day. It is the land in Lincolnshire, the growing land in Lincolnshire. It already is a 2-dimensional industry. And that industry, I don't know whether I've got this as billion or million, but I know it's 97. It's either 97 million or 97 billion a year worth to this. Well, I'm not going to argue over it, Martin. A farmer called round to see me the other day and brought a leaflet with it on, which I've actually put in the wrong briefcase. I do apologise. But I have been to planning meetings where they're pushing for the houses. There's no need to cover more land. They've just got to build them higher where it's safe to do so. At this planning meeting, I questioned the actual people coming to make their home in England. Figures were 250,000 a year. And the magic figure they actually, on the way there on the radio, I heard, and then at the meeting, they said the figure they want to see built in this country every year is 250,000. And so I said, well, okay, what's the formula? Where have you based this from? Where's your evidence? How do you know this is sustainable and not going to be detrimental to anything else that's already working in the country? And the answer was there isn't one. They haven't got a formula. When I said, when do we build the last house then? And then say, right, no more now, because otherwise we starve to death because we can't grow enough food. And they said, we don't know. How can we be so blind and I've got a grandchild, Edward, and I would hate to think, the same as Richard, that we are passing all this nightmare on to them, just raking in what we can. We have far too much these days. We don't need all this more. Let's just have a look into the future and work backwards from the future. Once that land is covered, it's double and triple cropping, because a lot of the Lincolnshire land is a metre below sea level. You put the seed in and it delivers.
Thank you. Councillor John Hough.
We have a housing crisis in this country. We can't ignore it. We have a housing crisis in this country. In Louth, currently there are 579 households on the waiting list. We have homeless people living on the street in Louth. We have people of the generation, younger generation than me, who cannot afford to buy a house in London and many other parts of the country, because the price of housing has gone rocketing completely out of their ability to buy. Are we really saying that we're not going to build any more houses anywhere because we just don't want to see them? We can't do that. We have to take responsibility as political leaders for trying to tackle the problems that the younger generation face. It is the children that you're talking about will not be thanking us if we do not make homes for them. The most important issue for any young family is to have a home. And at the moment, virtually no one can afford to buy a home on the open market without support from their parents or family. It is an unacceptable position. I do not agree with the proposal that you've got to stop. I mean, I do agree. If you were saying that we should build on brownfield land first rather than agricultural land, I'd fully agree. But we can't not build. We have to build. We have to change the situation. We're not building enough houses. People are desperate for accommodation. We need to tackle it. And therefore, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Alison Austin.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't talk about bypasses, sorry folks. Now, I come from a district where we actually need more houses. And also I represent this council on the joint plan for the South East Links, which is of course joint between Boston Borough, South Holland District Council, which of course is Councillor Fairman's patch, and this council. And I like to think that we are going about finding sites that will do minimum damage to be in areas where we're not going to be taking the best agricultural land. And I hope, I like to think that I'm part of my own district, part of a responsible planning authority that really does work to make to go for sustainable development. As for all this seasonal talks about sprouts, well, my daughter likes them, but my sons don't, and I don't think any of my grandchildren will ever like sprouts. But you needn't worry, Helen, they don't grow them around you. they grow them up just north of Boston. Right, so I can't support this motion. That it's a load of rubbish, all the stuff that's written, I'm afraid. And I appreciate that some of you don't want concrete and tarmac, but if you've got good planning, then I don't think you need have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I'm to speak again, but this is very relevant to my area. I have serious issues around multi-occupancy housing. SKDC has got 3,000 families currently in need of help. And actually there is this kind of focus on children. It actually applies to all generations. Some of the people who come to me most need help are actually single men who are in their 30s, 40s and 50s struggling because they can't find suitable accommodation, especially if they, for example, have been divorced and need access to their children as well. We have an issue regarding housing our elderly people today, in a housing that's suitable, that provides them with medical care and support, etc. There's a whole range of housing needs that unfortunately we have to consider, and the need is now. It's not just, you know, it's not just the future generations. It's our children today. My own daughter, I'm worried about what's going to happen to her, never mind grandchild. And in fact, even me, when I get older, dare I be so selfish? And perhaps a few of us should be thinking that. I think the issues around planning are key, and infrastructure are absolutely crucial. And really, if the county can play a role in that, I think we should be. I don't think we actually perhaps have been. There is a very much fragmented approach. Also, we have got issues around prioritising. Do we build infrastructure to support economic growth versus building infrastructure to support perhaps our housing need? And again, I totally support the fact we do need this balance with our environment as well, and the growth of food. So it is actually a dilemma, and I think we do need an overriding body, our county ideally, looking at this, because we have a very fragmented approach at the moment coming from the district councils, and I'm a member of District Council Planning Committee, and I see it there every meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Macaulay.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I was saddened to hear my fellow councillor say that a lot of the stuff in here was rubbish, because in actual fact, Mr Fairman has actually put down some very good points. We do have a serious issue with housing in this country. We are building at a terrific rate, and we have to face the fact that if we're 250,000 short, that's what we have coming into the country on an annual basis. And if you actually come to our district, Boston, where we have in the region of 15 to 20,000 immigrants living in the town, they have taken over a vast amount of the houses. And you have to ask yourself, where have the indigenous people moved to? Because obviously they haven't all been shot, as was said earlier on. So it's a case of balance and control. Yes, we do need the houses for our young and our indigenous people, and we need different types of accommodation for the people that are coming into the country. And that also then brings us on to the point you say about keeping the best brains in the county. I quite agree, but we have to have something to keep them here. And the only way we are going to encourage good businesses to come into this county is to actually open this county up with some decent road networks. We've heard today that the A roads are supposed to be some of the best, but we are very limited on the number of A roads. We have no motorways. We have no direct link from east to west. And until we get that, and if you take the area where I live, Boston, yes, the bypass has been muted, and I've heard we won't get that without development money. But we actually do see bypasses and roads built around Lincoln with just part development money and lots of government funded money. So we have a very complex issue that needs completely looking at and addressing, as opposed to just talking about it briefly and nodding, but it actually does need addressing. And there's got to be a balance. If we're going to build these houses, we have to build them where they're needed. We have to build them with the infrastructure to go with it. It's no good just building 1,000 houses, putting people in them, and then the schools are full, the doctors are full, and the hospital's under threat. We've got to have a complete package thought out and actually executed correctly, instead of this panic button every time, and we're actually just creating one problem on top of another, and we're not actually solving the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rich Fairman.
Colin Blair was going.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Colin. Councillor Colin there.
Thank you, Chairman. I expected the sort of response that we got, and I'm not surprised at all. Part of the reason, I think, is that I think Councillor Bridges partly nailed it when he said, we're not the planning authority for houses. I actually used the Horncastle example as an example of the sort of thing that's happening, where the new planning rules, the NPPF, has caused local plans to be abolished, disappeared. Developers have seen that, and developers are taking advantage of it. We are not in control. Councils just aren't in control of development, especially housing development. You have companies that have popped up. Last week's Lincolnshire Echo, Gladman, Gladman Homes, who don't build houses. They're land bankers. They've got over 100 projects around the country. They look for land. Typically, the numbers I've been given, agricultural land's £25,000 a hectare. Without line planning, it goes up to £1.5 million a hectare. Now, that sounds like a good business plan to anybody. You can't blame developers for seeing the opportunity and going for it. And it's much, much easier to build indiscriminately on green land than to build on brown land. John Prescott brought in this deal where there was a push to build on brown land. That no longer exists. And these developers say, no, it's too expensive. I think my colleagues here mentioned the cleanup exercise you have to go through with some of that brown land. These developers are into profit margins. They're not into being part of communities. When we see these applications go through, we see that according to the Planning Inspectorate, as the chairman well knows, they don't take into account any jobs that may or may not be available. You put social housing in a village like Coningsby, they're going to put 1,000 houses in our village where there's no jobs. Those poor people are shipped in from goodness knows where to live in the social housing. Great, they've got houses, they're on benefits forever, there's no jobs there for them. And they can't afford to travel to jobs. We need integration. We need, as a county council, also to recognise that we have to pick up the dirt after it's all done. You know, the builder and estate of houses, there's no managed way of saying, right, okay, this is the infrastructure needed, and we make sure the cash is available to supply the infrastructure with the houses. No, we just have to deal with it in any way we can after it's done. And so what we're seeing are big swathes of houses put in the wrong place, concreting over the land, and we're going to have to deal with it for a generation or two after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Fairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your input. It's been most enlightening. What you don't seem to realise is that there's about 60 million acres in Great Britain, and it's a long time ago that we passed 60 million population. Something in the order of 40% of the land can neither be built on nor farmed. 60%, thank you. It can neither be built on nor farmed, and we have reached a tipping point, and it's time that we stopped. You may not have noticed that the huge numbers of these immigrants are young, virile couples, and 3 out of 4 babies born in Boston these days speak a foreign language. Clever babies, yes. You get the idea. Right.
Thank you.
So I move that we go to the vote.
Yeah. Here. So we're going to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Sorry. Motion from Councillor John Hough.
Yeah, Chairman, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Hill on his transformation overnight, from coming out of his telephone box and throwing off his cloak of Conservative support to actually attack the government last night on Look North and on the radio. And to congratulate Councillor Talbot as well. I understand she said similar sorts of things. And I think even Councillor Davis may have got in on the act. And it's a welcome conversion. And I'm delighted that you've all agreed to support the motion that we put forward, because that's exactly what we were calling upon you to do. It's a bit late in the day. That's the trouble. 4.5 years after you were elected, you've finally woken up to the disaster that your Chancellor has carried out. And I don't know how long your memories are, but I certainly can remember at the last general election, George Osborne making promises. Actually, you know, do you remember that George Bush thing about watch my lips? Well, he actually said, I'm going to get rid of the deficit in this Parliament. he clearly has completely failed. And the reason for that failure is that the policies that he's followed have been wrong. When he came into power, he inherited a situation where the country was actually growing. We had growth in the economy after the recession. Well, that's true. It's true. That's true. Absolutely. And then what he did was he killed it. He killed it. We went into recession, and we still haven't come out of the recession. We still haven't caught up in manufacturing industry from where we were before the recession. And that's because of your failed government policies led by George Osborne. And the result of that is what we're picking up now in this council, because the government doesn't have the money to run and support local authorities as they should. So the announcement yesterday that we are going to lose 30.8 million, 25% of our revenue support grant this coming year. I know it comes as no surprise to you, but it seems extraordinary. Now you're kicking up about it. We've been kicking up about it for years. If you'd listened to us, you'd have started kicking up about it some time ago. And it does seem extraordinary that if, in the light of your comments yesterday, that you didn't sign the letter that your fellow Conservative leaders did sign prior to the announcement by George Osborne, protesting strongly on behalf of their communities and their councils against what the plans were of George Osborne and the government. We need to change. We need to defend people in Lincolnshire. We had that mantra when you first started doing these cuts, that the frontline services were going to be protected. We all know they haven't been. And we certainly won't be able to protect them with another 90 million cuts in the next 4 or 5 years. There has to be something different. And there is. I mean, my memory, and some of you may go back that far, to Margaret Thatcher, where she had this slogan, Tina, do you remember that? There is no alternative. Well, it was a lie then. It's a lie now. There is an alternative. You can do something different with the economy. We can see a growing economy which can start to actually collect tax revenue, for example. I mean, what a failure of the government to not even be able to increase the income from taxation when they claim that we are growing. And the reason is because people are being paid poverty wages on 0 hours contracts, while a few at the top are making millions. We can change that. And if you really had the courage to stand up, not just on Look North, but when you meet David Cameron and tell him to his face, it's not acceptable. People in Lincolnshire have had enough. It's about time you started doing it. So if I was marking your scorecard, good attempt yesterday. Now you need to take it further and actually really challenge the government, backed up by Christine and Richard, who obviously agree with you. So can you please start standing up for Lincolnshire as you started to do yesterday, and actually change what the Conservatives, if you were to win the next election, which you won't, were to carry out under George Osborne's plan?
Thank you.
Said yesterday, I stand by totally, and have said for a very, very long time. I think May 2010 springs to mind.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Hill. Seconder for the motion.
Number of features to this motion, and I want to pick on some of the ones and expand maybe on what John has already said, John Hough. The starting point is that this issue of central government, local government conflict has been going around for quite some time. And it's, I think, reached its real high point with the cuts that local government have had to take since 2010. And it really is a question about where we stand. Is it party dominated? Therefore, we protect our political leaders at all times and in all circumstances, irrespective of what's going on in our local communities? Or do we sometimes say, hey, now we can do that in two ways. We can do that behind the scenes by writing letters, or when there's an opportunity to go public on it, like Martin had precisely with the LGA letter, where many Conservative leaders stood up and said, enough is enough, starting at the top with the LGA leader of the Conservative group, and people that Martin knows, and I'm sure knows very well. You know, the leader of Surrey County Council, Martin and I are on East Midlands councils, and two of the other vice chairs, along with Martin, leaders of local councils in the East Midlands, signed the letter. This was a cross-party approach. And at some time, this is the opportunity, in one nice sense, you know, almost to be camouflaged, not standing alone, but just as part of 140 council leaders that had the opportunity to do it. That was an opportunity. Okay, what happened yesterday in terms of Lincolnshire County Council's deal was not good at all. And maybe that there is the beginning of this recognition that party does not come first. I mean, there's a big issue, isn't there? What do we do? Do we go for the local interest, the party interest, the national interest? Regularly, we're put under these circumstances. And here, it seems as though in the past, the party interest has dominated too much. Maybe it's because of a fragile Conservative government that council leaders, Conservative council leaders, didn't feel would be able to stand the challenge of repeated criticism from council leaders. But now we've got to a stage just before an election when 140 council leaders came out and there was an opportunity there. I think the next point is that it really was, from my perspective, rich to know that here we had an opportunity to be campaigning against government, and I've never known such determination about Conservative leadership in this council was when there was a Labour government and there was the Missing Millions campaign. There was more energy put into banging the door at government level, meetings at the Bentley Hotel, everybody was behind it. Officers were working desperately hard to show just how we'd been shortchanged. Compare that to now. Do we see Missing Millions campaign, people like Martin Hill going on the television and Ian Croft and lots of other experienced leaders and challenging? At the time it was Tony Blair. We didn't see that. Why can't we see it now? Why can't we have the same figure for the leadership of this council as we saw when there was a Labour?
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. A bit late in the day for this knockabout, but never mind. Yeah, the difference between the Missing Millions, which I didn't have a leading role in from this authority, I was actually talking on behalf of the police authority at the time, and now is then we weren't borrowing 90 billion, the government was not borrowing 90 billion pounds a year to actually make its books balance. So anybody who says that there isn't a problem, the nation can somehow forget about saving money, is mad. And actually the great flaw in the Labour argument is actually including those people who sign up to that is, guess what? Ed Miliband. There has been an argument in the Labour Party between the loony left and the maybe more sensible ones, and Ed Miliband has come out on the slightly more sensible. So I'm sorry, gentlemen and ladies, the Labour government, if there is a Labour government next year, guess what? Don't expect anything to change. On every major party is predicting and planning for cuts to local government between now and the end of the century. Anybody who thinks any different is either deluding themselves or paying a bit of party. That is the plan. I'm sorry, and there is a slight hint that the Labour might do it slightly slowlier, but it will reach the same place because the government, I'm not sorry to say, has to actually balance its books one day. We cannot go on borrowing 90 billion pounds or whatever every single year, just adding and adding to our national debt. So I think there is a bit of a flaw there that your own government, and let's go back to 2010, the Labour Party then said disaster would entail if we had the cuts we've had already, which haven't been easy, but we've managed. The economy would collapse and there'd be this riots in the street. Hold on, we've got the biggest growth in Western Europe. Unemployment is low. We have the highest number of employed people in this country ever. And actually we are doing not bad, even though we are still borrowing money. So the Labour predictions that there would be calamity if we had the cuts were wrong, entirely wrong, and they are still wrong. And it is true that we have even more difficult times to come. But what I would say, I have been entirely consistent. I haven't seen what was on Look North yesterday, but I'm assuming it was about the fact, and I've been very consistent with parties, both governments, Labour and Conservative, stroke Lib Dem, have consistently supported a formula which is very disadvantageous to this county. And in public and in private, I have been determined, and again supporting the Chief Constable, that we should have a fair settlement. But I have never argued, and I will not sign a document saying enough is enough, we can't take any more cuts. I think local government can take more cuts, regrettably. I do agree that what is being asked is probably too much, and central government should take a fairer share of the burden. But I will not sign a document saying no more cuts, because I think as a nation, £90 billion borrowing a year is unsustainable, and we've all got to be grown up and accept that local government has to contribute to that balancing of the books.
Thank you. Councillor John Marriott.
Chairman, sitting here listening to the Conservative and Labour groups bandying statistics and facts and figures gets me quite worried, because if you ask the public which side they back, it would seem they back neither side. At the moment, opinion polls, if the Conservative Lib Dem coalition was doing that badly, I mean, we'll leave our own position. I mean, we always suffer when we go into coalition with a bigger party. It's happened throughout history. But if you look at the actual figures of voting intentions at the moment, you would expect Labour to be soaring away, but they're not. So why? A lot of the vote that we used to get as the go-to protest party is now going to our colleagues here. Whether they can maintain that is a different matter. But the fact is, why are people not trusting Labour? I go back to 1997, the only occasion I ever stood for Parliament, and I could see the writing on the wall in Stamford and North Highcombe. I used to go to these little villages, and every time the door was open, the question was, who came second last time? I had to say Labour. People desperately wanted a change. They had enough of Major. They'd had enough of Thatcherism. They wanted a change. They looked to Tony Blair and Gordon Brown and New Labour to give them what they wanted. And what did they do? They carried on the same policies as the Conservatives. They had a massive opportunity back then. They could have had local government reform. We could have had reform of the House of Lords. We could have had PR. All sorts of things. We could have done what they wanted for the best part of 10 years. And they blew it. Yes, we had an economic crisis in 2010. It wasn't entirely the fault of Labour. Of course it wasn't. But because of Labour's policies in the noughties, in putting too much emphasis in financial services, on not having transitional agreements with Poland and other Eastern countries, allowing cheap labour in and not doing what Germany and other countries did, we keep them out until the transition took place, which is exercising Councillor Fairman and his friends, we wouldn't have had the problem. And then we got Liam Byrne's famous note, almost as good as the one that Reggie Maudlin gave to Jim Callaghan. Sorry, old cop, got no money. What did he say? I think Mark quoted, sorry, got no money. The fact is, Labour were, pardon my French, stuffed. And the fact is, they now have the gall and audacity to turn around and complain when some of us had the courage to try and put this country back together. We haven't managed completely, but it's working. And you have to ask yourself, colleagues over here, why are you 33% in the polls and not 43%? Because people have long memories. They don't trust you, and I'm afraid they don't trust you either. They don't trust any of us. And it's true. No, it's true. And
thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Stephen Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very interesting standing in the middle here, watching national parties kicking bits out of each other. As an independent, I wonder if you could help me, actually, because I don't know whether to support this or not, because on the way into this meeting this morning, the radio was telling me that there was important negotiations, telling me which party I'm going to be aligned with, and I still don't know the answer. So I don't know whether I'm being whipped by Labour or whipped by UKIP at the moment. So it's all very interesting, but look, reading through the proposition, getting serious for just 1 minute for a change, I can't agree with the first part of the proposal, but I think we all owe it to the people to look at the second part, not necessarily the Conservative Council leaders bit, but all leaders of all parties should be doing their best for the people of Lincolnshire. And this is why I'm an independent and not being led by national parties, because national parties gets in the way of some of the decisions in this chamber that would benefit Lincolnshire people. And you wonder why people are getting disassociated with councils and politicians. And when you're throwing brickbats across the room at each other, that is part of the reason. You should be all working for Lincolnshire, not working against each other and throwing brickbats all the time. UKIP are gaining power because they are seen as the alternative. I would say to the people, the independents were the alternative all along. You've just missed it. And maybe that's our problem for not promoting what I'm saying now. However, in summing up, I have to say I can't support this proposal simply because I think it's political. And I would like, I'm sorry, John, but I can't. Because if you'd said that all leaders, of parties should go and support and tell people in London that Lincolnshire needs a good, fair share of the money, then I would totally agree with you. But to me, you're just throwing brickbats. So sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Bruce.
Thank you, Chair and members. I had to stand up because I suffered such a shock, and it's a question about Labour. When Councillor Fairman said hundreds of babies were being born talking a foreign language, I was in disbelief. Apparently, my first word was pot, and when I said it, it was too late. And for all I know, one day that'll apply again. But being more serious, we all know in here, one or two of us have been on council, none of us as long as Tony, I think, but some of us have been on councils for a very long time under a series of governments. And what we all have to remember is that no government of any persuasion, certainly in the last 39 years, has cared a monkey's fig about rural Britain, and they never will. As for the campaign on the missing millions, amazingly, no one's picked up the fact that we actually won the campaign. They admitted that the formula left us, and I might have got it slightly wrong, it's over 20 million, 20-something million pound. But, oh my goodness me, to get that, we would have to have that taken away from Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Surrey. Oh, God, that's where all the ministers and shadow ministers live. We ain't got a hope.
Thank you, Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Interesting debate. We've all got to take the hardship that's coming. There was something on the text messaging system of BBC last night that 2 people have increased the number of people they employ, and the bill has also gone up. The 2 people, Mr. Cameron and Norman Clegg. And they've... Oh, I thought he was out last of summer wine, sorry. But, you know, they talk about the hardship, and they increase the number of their special advisors, which we pay for. Now, if they can do it, we've got the same argument. Our needs are as great, if not greater. But of course, they can just turn the tap on and off. You know, when we look at this country and you look at the people that have moved out of decent paid employment into those 0 hours of contracts or onto minimum wage, and if it hadn't been for a Labour administration, it wouldn't have been the minimum wage. It would be what some of these gangmasters are paying, £1 an hour. And if you want to turn around and ask me about your housing rent, I'll fix you. What we're talking about is that we should have a reasonable settlement to protect the most vulnerable in our county. Where can the money come from? Those big businesses that work the tax system with advice given by accountancy firms that advise ministers, even advise shadow ministers to my shame, how to avoid paying their due. Many of the people in our society say, I pay my taxes. A lot of the big businesses do not pay their taxes. They avoid it. We have non-doms that flit in and out the country, avoid paying their reasonable dues. And when we look at what local government's all about, if you're a bad boy, you actually get reward. Because if we'd increase our money year on year by increasing the rates, we would have been millions better off now than we are taking the freeze. That's a fact. Millions better off. And yet those authorities have increased by 1.9 or 1.99 every year. They will get their percentage against that new figure. Us, the good boys, you know, the majority party that supports the government, that's heeded every wish, we get clobbered.
Yep.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Jackie Brockway.
Thank you, Chairman. It's very interesting. Can't we just tell that there's an election coming up? When I see a motion like this, I despair a little bit. Councillor Hough, you're a very serious politician. You're a very intelligent politician. And you know perfectly well it is not possible to support a motion like this. You know, the council therefore calls the leader of the council to change his position for one of enthusiasm for cuts. What a nonsense. You have not presumably seen that man fighting against cuts, giving a kicking to various MPs. Well, perhaps you should have been present. Giving a kicking to various MPs, warning about what they're doing to Lincolnshire. You haven't seen the challenges that have been issued. The people from this side of the chamber who have been going down to London, getting significant sums of money into this council and petitioning various ministers, various secretaries of state. Now, a lot of what you say in this motion is good. Of course, we want to get the very best for the people of Lincolnshire. We all do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here. But when you throw something like these silly comments, unlike Lincolnshire, other councils have resisted. And there was another nonsense comment. Oh, in 2010, the Conservative administration enthusiastically welcomed. This is just stupid political stuff that makes it impossible for us to group together and to put forward the motion, which is, yes, let's get together and let's support Lincolnshire to the best of our ability. Yes, it's good to have fun after 6-7 hours of meetings, you know, and that sort of thing. But this could have been a very good and very serious motion just before Christmas to reiterate what we're all here to do. But because of the stupid comments that you put in it, I personally can't support you when really I would like to. And I just hope, I would ask you, don't do it again. If you put forward a good motion, I will support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rosie Kirk. Right.
I can say thank you, Chairman. I just want to follow that from Jackie. I just wanted to say that I'm very disappointed with Eric Pickles. I'd like to have seen a... I know you've got me going now. Well, we want a champion for local government, don't we? And I don't feel that he's been a champion for local government. He's allowed local government to have some of the most severe cuts that any departments have, as far as I know. And he wants more. And more and more and more. And how much more can local government take? I don't think we can take any more. I mean, Martin said we can take a bit more. Well, what services are we going to cut? What are we going to reduce? How's it going to affect elderly people? How's it going to affect society? That's what you've got to ask yourself. So what you've got to do is, which I hope you have been, is going back to someone like Eric Pickles and saying, we're not going to take any more. And not only am I not going to take any more, the county councillor for Surrey isn't going to take any more. The county councillor in other areas, they're not going to take any more. The local, is it the welfare fund that I was talking about with LCAS earlier on? If that fund is withdrawn and we don't support it as a council, people will go to payday loans. They'll get high loans. that they'll take out these loans and it will mean that they'll get into more debt. And is that what we want? That's not what we want. So what we've got to do is actually lobby government. I know you say you've tried and you go and meet them. Well, why don't you actually stand up and lobby more? Whatever political parties in the national government, that's what we want to do, don't we? So I'm hoping that that's what you're going to do and go back to Mr Pickles and say we're not going to take any more cuts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Trollope-Bellew.
Thank you, Chairman. I was very interested in Councillor Hough rewriting history. The Missing Millions campaign, a lot of you may have heard of it, but weren't around when it was going on. This was actually Lincolnshire saying, we want a fair division of the money. The Labour government was putting more money into local government, loads and loads of it into marginal Labour seats, and crumbs to Lincolnshire and elsewhere. Now the cuts are equitable. So what? And there was so much money when George Osborne walked into the Treasury. I mean, really, everybody knows that actually the Labour government, Labour Party, were rather pleased they didn't win the last election, because they'd have had to try and sort out the mess that they left behind. I know there was an economic crisis in the world as well, but as is regularly agreed, Labour policies had made it worse. The old saying in national politics, you elect Conservatives to sort out the financial mess left by the Labour Party. And on that, I will wish everybody a happy Christmas.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm really enjoying this. I'm a second dan Taekwondo black belt, and I've seen full contact fights which weren't as vigorous as some of the stuff that's happened today. It's nice to say we're going to fight government cuts, but you can scream and wriggle all you want. They've got the money, we haven't. If they decide we're not going to get it, we don't get it, no matter how loud we shout. It's a motion that, because of that, won't get my support. Because of the obvious politicking that's going on as well, it won't get my support. I mean, the best work this council does is when it works together in an apolitical manner, as it does in so many committees, for instance. We can't help it. There's an election coming up, and I'm really looking forward to the last council meeting before the election in February. if this is a taster, I'm bringing some of my Taekwondo body armour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. I've deliberately waited till the end and listened to some of the comments here, and yes, we have had party politics, so that's why we're here. I think just to pick up answering the independents, there are some things you can do at local government and you can do it independent of a party, but there are certain policies when it comes to national government where you have to know where you stand, basically, and you have to push forward strategic decisions, and that's where parties come in. However, I would like to propose an amendment to the motion, because I actually believe this is too serious an issue for us to walk away without resolving this today.
We got a seconder.
Well, if I need to read it first, if I may. This is called democracy.
Quiet, please.
And it's called speaking up for the people of Lincolnshire, which is actually what I'm here mainly to do, and I think we all are. My proposal is, the amendment reads, this council supports the leader of the council as he joins with fellow council leaders and the LGA to pursue with the Chancellor a decent and fair financial settlement for Lincolnshire stuff, the party politics. We're all in this together and we should be united. Yes, and I'd like a seconder, please.
Have we got seconder?
Going to amend a motion, you've got to say which bits you're going to amend. Otherwise, all we've got is 2 paragraphs of Labour's proposal. Has she said that?
Thank you.
If I may, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Paragraph 1 of the motion. This council scrub therefore calls and replace it with supports the leader of the council. Scrub to change his position from one of enthusiasm for cuts to one where he makes clear to government that more of the same for Lincolnshire cannot be an option. That all goes. Next paragraph. Scrub, we call on him, and replace it with as he, continue, joins with his fellow Scrub Conservative council leaders and the LGA to pursue with the Chancellor a decent or financial settlement for Lincolnshire. Full stop, scrub the rest.
Yeah, thank you.
Serious amendment is going to be put down. What we've asked people to do, we asked groups to do, is to actually put it in writing so that we can all see it. This is a hodgepodge of different things that should be circulated to everybody. But
so we can all go home.
Have you a seconder? Yeah. Yeah, can we put that to the vote, please? The procedural motion to the vote that Councillor Hill has. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the vote be taken. Yeah. Yeah. Motion. All those in favour of the substantive motion? No. And those against? Except. Yeah, but the motion then.
Chairman, there is no amendment. You have moved straight to the vote on the substantive motion.
Which was put forward.
Chairman, point of order. Could I just please have clarification? I understood that there was a motion which has just been amended, admittedly not in writing, but we agreed by a vote that we would take it in writing, and so that not in writing, and that is what we should be voting on now.
Okay,
we went straight to vote on the substantive motion.
Yeah,
that was carried. Everything else then falls apart from that vote.
That was taken from 1311B. Out of const. Yeah. So with that, we're finished. Yeah. Right. Thank you. Yeah. I'd just like to wish you all a Merry Christmas and remind you to clear your pigeonholes. Thank you. Thank you. Gosh, the poison chalice.
It was never going to be an easy one.
Well, Oh.